Ah, let's see, property. Okay, then. I'm here with something new with a feature called No Machine. Let me just, oops, it's going to show my real name. Whoops. Let me just blank the window out. It's going to do that. Okay, I'm demonstrating a new feature that I'm using what is called No Machine. Essentially, No Machine is a program that is free for home use, but it enables you to remote control your computer without having to be at the actual machine. It's mainly called No Machine. So instead, I'm using this to show my other computer screen directly. The game of choice is called Spheres. Let me make sure it's not going to show anything personal. Nope. Hang on. Properties. Here we go. This is the Sears game that I love from 2005. I brought it on the Wild Tangent Games app. You just add another display so I can read the chat, but I decided to bring Spheres. This is the game that I actually played in '05. That it came out on PC through Wild Tangent, known as that. So here we go. So this is the Sears game that is rhythm based. It utilizes the Windows text to speech just to tell you what's going on. That's what Sears does, known as Sears. Let's see. Hang on, this might mess things up a bit, but let me put stuff over here. But this is the game. Let me just pause it. But this is the Sears game I thought I'd showcase. Oh, Yes, you can see me behind the transparency I turned on through OBS that I modified my video camera so it's transparent. I'm showcasing Sears and a new technology called, or a existing technology called No Machine. No Machine is a program that does remote control similar to TeamViewer. It offers audio, such as microphone redirect and audio redirect. It does file transfer, it does remote control. It basically does that. It's not TeamViewer, it's not the VNC connection I used before, but it's called No Machine. It is free to use, and I'm using this as an alternative to VNC connections. The alien characters you see are called overspheres. They sing to you the correct colors. This is the Sears game that I was talking about. I brought the full version so it automatically allows to play unlimitedly. I brought the full version of it. The game ends if the spheres pile to the top of the screen. This game is using the Microsoft David voice. It's using Microsoft David as the narrator voice. On Windows XP, it would use Microsoft Sam, the narrator voice. I'll show you what I mean by no machine. Hang on. See, this is the no machine software that I'm using to control the other computer. This is what I was talking about. No machine. That's what I mean by how I'm able to stream the other computer's audio over it by changing settings. You can change settings such as audio quality or microphone input here. You can also do the display quality here. Stuff like that. You can also do the input grabbing here, audio here, display here, devices here, recording of the no machine remote control session, and the connection like this. This is actually what I was talking about. You can connect a disk or a printer or a USB device or a network port or a smart card reader. You can do that with this. You can also change the audio quality. Oops, game over. The online features of this game don't work, where it can retrieve scores for anyone worldwide in this game. Note that it's using the Microsoft David. Microsoft David is a natural TTS voice in Windows. Therefore, the Microsoft David voice is used for the emergency alert system in some cases because it's powered by Windows, the emergency alert system part of it. Oh, also, you can change the audio options such as the Microsoft David or Microsoft Zero. You can enable, disable the speech. You can turn on low art detail. You can change the voices or enable, disable voices. You can turn on the music. You can also customize the voices right here. You can do that. You can make the seers say anything, whatever you want them to say. It doesn't have to be specific colors or anything. Stuff like that. Fun stuff like that. So there you go. So back to the game. I've got the OBS on the other screen while I got the game running on the screen you can see here. You can't see the other screen where OBS is. Yes, I did eat a Snickers bar this afternoon. I also wanted to say that I temporarily uploaded a video on something different. Waiting for the ad break to finish. Okay, I also wanted to say that I had to upload a video on YouTube about a door kick challenge that's really getting out of hand. Before I go back to Sears, I had to simply say that there's a thing called a door kick challenge that I really condemn anyone from trying. I condemn it, and I don't condone it because obviously the door kick challenge is a dangerous challenge where teens are starting to get a little bit too out of control with this challenge on TikTok, and they're kicking on doors at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in the morning, late morning, where they're kicking on doors, and this is scaring homeowners and people trying to sleep. That this could lead to teenagers getting seriously hurt or even worse, just because they're kicking on doors with a mule kick with a loud thump that's scaring homeowners, and in one instance, it led to property damage and/or trespassing directly. Tangent Games is actually a subsidiary of a German company called Gamingo Inc. Gamingo Inc. is a German company, and it's a subsidiary of that. There you go. This game is actually one of my favorites. Oops. No machine protocol can use compression. I'll show you what I mean. Player, oh, it crashed. Or an unrecoverable error in the wild tangent client. The game's still running or it might crash. Oops! It might have crashed and Explorer crashes with it. Oh, but it's still running. No, Microsoft, I don't want to give you my perspective right now. Let me show you something. Let me blank the screen out real quick, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, the no machine protocol. Hold on. Let me just put the screen on blank, and I will search for it. So there's that. I'll get back to Sveerz in a moment. It's known as NX technology. I'll show you what I mean. This is called NX technology created by, well, it's actually a protocol that is actually developed by the No Machine Group in Luxembourg, Germany. They developed it. And I'll read it. It started in 2003. NX technology, commonly referred to as NX or No Machine, is a remote access and remote control computer software allowing remote controlled desktop access and maintenance of computers. It is developed by the Luxembourg based company No Machine SARL or SARL Group. No Machine is proprietary software and is free of charge for non commercial use. NX design was derived from the Differential X Protocol Compressor Protocol project DXPC in 2003. No Machine's compression and transport protocol NX was used to create to improve the performance of native X display protocol so it could be used over slow connections such as dial-up modems. Originally targeting Linux-based operating systems, the core compression technology designed by Gian Filippo Pinzari and announced on the KDE and GNOME development forums was released under the GNU GPL2 license NX1 for Linux servers in 2003, while its other components such as the NX server and NX client programs remain proprietary software. A number of spin-offs of the NX technology have been developed over the years, such as Pre-NX and Google's NeatX. In 2010, the company announced it would be releasing the technology under a proprietary license. In the last update, the No Machines open source project was released in 2012. In 2012, NX software became No Machine software, also extending support remote access to Windows and Mac machines. In 2013, NX finally became closed source with the release of No Machine 4. This operating systems. No Machine is available for most desktop computers with common operating systems, including Microsoft Windows, Windows Server, and as well as Apple's Mac OS. Packages for Linux install multiple Linux distributions and derivatives, for example, Debian, Ubuntu, Red Hat, CentOS, and Fedora Linux. There is also a version which can run on distributions for variants for Linux ARM devices, including NVIDIA's Jetson Nano and the Raspberry Pi. An app is available which allows users to connect from smartphones and tablets running Android or Apple's iOS, iPadOS operating system. So I'm going to read all of this and how it works and get back into the game. The functionality. The functionality of No Machines varies depending on the variant version of the software. At its core, No Machine provides remote access to computers and other endpoints as well as their control and maintenance. After the connection is established, the remote screen becomes visible to the user at the other endpoint. Both endpoints can send and receive files as well as access a shared clipboard, for example. For the user connecting to the remote desktop, it is possible to view and stream audio and video content, including the browser, specifically for Linux. Terminal server products are created for organizations aiming to reduce costs by running multiple desktops on the same Linux host and those seeking to migrate away from Windows based systems. I am back. This is it. Okay, this is the product No Machine right here. It's designed to help those that are seeking to migrate away from Windows-based systems, and it says in the recent years, the functionality of software has been extended. It has been optimized in particular use for large companies. For this purpose, the enterprise variant cloud server was developed for remote administration of large infrastructures. Authentication. From version 4 and on, when the default NX protocol is used, the login can be via password-based authentication, private key, or Kerberos ticket authentication. When NX is configured to send its data by SSH available only on the enterprise version servers, the following authentication methods are available. Kerberos is a technology, it's a computer network authentication protocol that works on the basis of tickets to allow nodes communicating over a non-secure network to prove their identity to one another in a secure manner. That's what it is. That's what Kerberos is, the definition of it on this pop-up here I'm hovering over. That's what that is. Client to server. NX login is NX user using the NX SSH key and the user password-based authentication. System login with password-based authentication. System login with SSH key-based authentication. System login with SSH key-based authentication. SSH key stored on a smart card. System login with Kerberos ticket existing on client side. Server to node, login with password, login with SSH key forwarded from client. Example given, no machine player via server to node. Login with Kerberos ticket forward from client via server to node. Login with Kerberos ticket requested by KInit on server host. Login with Kerberos ticket requested by PAM, pluggable authentication module on server host. That is called pluggable authentication module known as PAM. It's only on Unix, Linux systems, stuff like that. Login with password to Kerberos ticket requested by PAM module on the node host. Legacy technology. NX compresses the X11 data to minimize the amount of data transmitted and caches data to keep the session as responsive as possible. For example, the first time a menu is opened, it may take a few seconds, but it's subsequently almost instant. NX is faster than its predecessors. It eliminates most of the X round trips, where DXPC and ML view only compressed data. The two principal components of the NX are NX proxy and NX agent. NX proxy is derived from the DXPC and is started on both the remote and X client and X terminology and local server and X terminology machines, simulating an X server on the client and forwarding remote X protocol requests to the local X server. Here's the simplest setup TLDR. Remote clients, Xterm, etc., NX proxy client, network, NX proxy server, local X server, monitor keyboard. NX proxy alone achieves 1 to 110 of 1 to 1000 compression ratios, reducing bandwidth, but does not eliminate most of X synchronous round trips responsible for most of X's perceived latency. NX agents, derived from XNet, similar to XZepper, is typically started on a remote client machine, thus avoiding most X11 protocol round trips. Together with NX proxy built into NX agent, the setup performs well over low bandwidth and high latency links. XZepper is a remote display server software called XZepper, or just Zepper, not to be confused with Zepper, but it's called XFer. Or XEFer or XFer, however you want to pronounce it. It is a open source type software using the MIT license. It's MIT based, and its consortium is freedesktop.org for open source stuff. There's Linux Mint, a distro that's been around since early 2006 called Linux Mint. Before I get back into the game, this is what I used to use back in 2009, Linux Mint in the early days. It first launched in August 2006, 18 years ago. It launched back then. So it started back in 2006, back when I was in middle school. Early versions of Linux Mint are based on Kubuntu, codenamed Ada, based on Kubuntu using its KDE interface based on it. So Linux Mint is a spin-off of Ubuntu, a derivative spin-off of it. Originally, Linux Mint had 2 releases per year, timed to be approximately 1 month after Ubuntu releases, but it got fixed a bit, changed a bit. But it's got different environments. It's been out since 2006. I used to use this back in the early days. This is the Mint update tool that you would use to update a Linux Mint system. Software Manager, the Linux Mint Debian Edition Cinnamon 2.8 desktop, and the boot screens for it. This is it. I used to use this in its early days. They have different variants. Ubuntu versions, the Cinnamon Edge Edition, which is a Edge version. The LMDE version, which is Debian Edition, based on the Debian branch, the upstream Debian. This uses Debian stable LMDE, but this used to be a rolling LMDE. The original LMDE release was known as a semi-rolling release model. I'll explain a little bit and get back to the game, but the original LMDE, often referred to as LMDE1, had a semi-rolling release development model which periodically introduced update packs, tested snapshots of Debian testing. Installing an update pack allowed the user to keep LMDE1 current without having to reinstall the system every 6 months as with standard Mint. LMDE2, named Betsy, was released in 2015. It was based on Debian Jessie. It received automatic updates to the latest versions of Mint tools and installed the desktop environment before they were released into the main Mint edition. LMDE2 was available with both Mate and Cinnamon desktop environments. Unlike the Debian version, it was based on LMDE2, based on sysinit, but with a functional login D from systemd. LMDE3, named Cindy, completed the switch from sysinit to systemd, which it was based on Debian Stretch, released in 2018, shipping as a single edition with Cinnamon. The latest version of LMDE, version 6 Fay, is based on Debian Bookworm, was released in 2023. Stuff like that. So that's all I have to read, but on this stuff. But Linux Mint is one of my favorites. I'll show you the different versions. It launched in 2006 with codenamed Ada, based on Kubuntu 5.10 back in '06. There's Barbara, Ada, Bay, Bianca, Cassandra, Selena, Darna, Alyssa, Felicia, Gloria, Helena, Isadora, Julia, Katya, Lisa, Maya, Nadia, Olivia, Petra, Kiana, Rebecca, Rafaela, Rosa, Sarah, Serena, Sonia, Sylvia, Tara, Tessa, Tina, Trisha, Ulana, Ulyssa, Una, Vanessa, Vera, Victoria, Virginia, Wilma, Zia, and Zara. These are code names for the distro. These are based on Ubuntu versions. They're essentially using Ubuntu as the underlying base of it. Earlier versions were based on all Kubuntu. So all versions of them are based on each Ubuntu release. The code base is where it borrows it from, where it draws itself out of. A code base is a collection of source code used to build a particular software system. That's the TLDR. These had, well, when they first came out with Linux Mint, it didn't have LTS, but each version had LTS up to a certain year, like up to 2010, 2011 for each version. And subsequent versions have LTS support. The future versions of it, versions 21, from 21 on up, will be supported until 2027 to 2029. The Linux Mint Debian versions launched back in early as 2014. Debian Wheezy, Linux Mint Debian Edition, Debian Wheezy 7.0 at the time. It had extended support all the way up until 2017, all the way up to 2022 for the older versions 5 and below. But Linux Mint 7 GG will not be available yet. Linux Mint Fay is version 6 based on Debian 12, which has a support end to be announced, but it launched on September 2023. That's essentially what it is. I just wanted to explain how I'm able to stream the remote display of my other computer directly on a capture device. But no machine is my software that I'm using, the software that I'm using for it, that my choice. This is the typical setup here, right there. There are different spin-offs of it right here. This is so long to read, but there's a thing called low bandwidth X or LBX that is a lib proxy, a obsolete version known as low bandwidth X, low bandwidth for low bandwidth connections that work over modems, over the low speed modems. I'll paste a link in the Twitch chat if you want to read more. There you go. Yes, the No Machine software supports remote clipboard sharing, asynchronous clipboard transfer, so you can transfer links and text over clipboard. Oops, I didn't mean to hover over that weather thing. I need to turn that weather thing off. But here are all the remote software programs that are used. You have AetherPal, which is our proprietary remote software that launched in 2011, AMI Admin that launched in 2007, known as AMI Admin. This is AMI Admin. It's free of charge, but tech scammers have used AMI Admin, AnyDesk, TeamViewer, all of that. This is AnyDesk software that partnered with scam baiters such as Scammer Payback to shut down scammers abusing the software. Here, AnyDesk is one of the many tools used in technical support scams and other remote access scams. It can be optionally installed on computers and smartphones with full administrative permissions if the user chooses to do so. This provides the host user with full access to the guest computer over the internet, and like all remote desktop apps, it is a severe security risk if connected to an untrusted host. I'll take a moment or two to explain technical support scams why scammers abuse this. It's also AnyDesk has been used in mobile access fraud, bundled with ransomware, technical support scams. I'll explain. Right here. This right here. You can barely see me, but my OBS camera is actually obscured by it. But let me hide myself behind it. I'll explain. Scammers use AnyDesk and similar remote software desktop software to obtain full access to the victim's computer by impersonating a technical support person. The victim is asked to download and install AnyDesk and provide the attackers with access. When access is obtained, the attackers can control the computer and move personal files and sensitive data. Yikes! In 2017, the UK-based ISP TalkTalk banned TeamViewer and similar software from all its networks after scammers cold call victims and talked them into giving access to their computer. The software was removed from the blacklist after setting up a scam warning. In September 2021, the State Bank of India warned customers not to install AnyDesk for similar apps. In March 2022, the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) issued a cybersecurity advisory noting that AnyDesk software was used in the operations of the Avoslocker ransomware gang. In 2023, AnyDesk announced the establishment of an anti-fraud task force in partnership with a number of prominent scam baiters in an initiative to combat technical support scams and abuse of remote access software. The task force included Jim Browning, Kit Boga, and Scammer Payback. Known as SP, these are the scam baiters that partnered with them to shut down scammers that abuse AnyDesk. This is Scammer Payback, known as Pierogi. This is him. He tackles scams where he fights scammers and helps to stop them. He previously worked as a cybersecurity professional. That's how he got into scam baiting. Obviously, Pierogi uses secret sauce technology that he develops. Secret sauce him and his team make that they keep secret because scammers watch Scammer Payback to stay ahead of them. So they have to keep their tools and tactics secret sauce to avoid scammers from finding out and getting ahead of them first. In 2022, which is 2 years ago, Pierogi and his scammer payback team made an anti-scam call center, the People's Call Center, which has had two runs. His team worked with AnyDesk, a remote desktop access software, to ban over 2,000 AnyDesk login IDs. Right here. He started in 2019, but he's still present. The AnyDesk had over 2,000 login IDs that were banned because scammers were rampantly abusing it. This is Kitboga. He is a Twitch streamer. He wrote his own software called Seraph Secure. We'll go to his website. This is his website that he created about scam baiting, and he made Seraph Secure that prevents scammers from controlling your computer remotely. He invented that. Seraph Secure. He has a YouTube and Twitch channel, both. Things like that. He also worked with AnyDesk as well to shut down scammers that were abusing AnyDesk as well heavily. He also partnered with Kraken, a cryptocurrency exchange, to create a spoof Kraken account to trap scammers into giving wallet addresses from stolen crypto accounts along with their personally identifiable information should they decide to sign up for an account. I'm going to skip ahead the technique just because he has a lot more information, but I'll skip straight to the Seraph Secure. In December of 2023, about let's see, 23, about 3 years ago, it's 2022, but 2023. I'll read it. In December 2023, Kit Boga and his team launched a new company called Seraph Secure. This company provides software that helps prevent scams, including blocking scammer connections, blocking scam websites, and sending alerts to users when a threat is detected on a victim's computer. This software is currently unsupported on Windows 10 and 11 and will include support for Mac OS, iOS, and Android in the future. That is what it is. He got nominated in 2021 for the Streamer Awards. League of Their Own nominated. This is Jim Browning. Jim Browning is an anonymous person who keeps an internet alias for safety and privacy and security reasons. I'll read more. Jim Browning is the internet alias of a software engineer and YouTuber from Northern Ireland whose content focuses on scam baiting, investigating call centers, engaging in fraudulent activities. Trilogy Media does the exact same thing nearly. Browning cooperates with other YouTubers and law enforcement when they seek his expertise in investigating and infiltrating scam call centers. Browning has published several journalistic expose videos highlighting the results of his investigations. Scam baiting. As software engineer, Browning began researching scam operations after his relative lost money to a technical support scam. He has started his YouTube channel to upload footage to send authorities as evidence against scammers. He has since carried out investigations into various scams in which he infiltrates computer networks run by scammers who have claimed to be technical support experts or pose as U.S. IRS agents and use remote desktop software social engineering. Such scams have involved unsolicited calls, offering computer services, or websites posing to be reputable companies such as Dell or Microsoft. I'll read a lot of this and go back to Sveerz, but I'm going to continue after this with the game. BBC Panorama investigation. Browning was featured in a March 2020 episode of the British documentary series Panorama by BBC, in which get your mind out of the gutter. It means British Broadcasting Corporation. Get your mind out of the gutter. Your mind should be out of the gutter. Get it out of the gutter if you're thinking that. If you're thinking it's something else. In which a large scale technical support scamming operation was infiltrated with extensively and documented by Browning and fellow YouTuber Carl Rock. This is Carl Rock. That's his real name, but known as online as Carl Rock, as a New Zealand blogger and YouTuber based in India. He's famous as well. The duo recorded drone and CCTV footage of the facility in Gurgaon, Haryana, India, and gathered incriminating evidence linking alleged scammer Amit Chauhan, who also operated a fraudulent travel agency called Fairmark Travels, to a series of scams targeting computer illiterate and elderly people based in the United Kingdom and the United States. During a private meeting with his associates, Chauhan was quoted as stating, "We don't give a bleep about our customers." Some of his call center agents were recorded scamming and laughing at a British man who admitted to being depressed. Ouch. They were also recorded conning a blind woman with diabetes. Ouch. Chauhan denied the allegations in a phone interview with the BBC, and he was arrested along with his accountant, Sumit Kumar, in a raid by Delhi police. On May 2nd, 2022, Chauhan was acquitted of all charges at a court hearing in Gurgaon and released. Ouch. So he was cleared of all charges in in a court hearing and then let go. Money mule catching. In March 2021, Browning and fellow YouTuber Mark Rober collaborated to construct and distribute automated glitter bombs to identify and report money mules who were receiving their money via shipping services such as FedEx before sending it to scammers. New York Times interview. Browning was covered in a 2021 New York Times article documenting the confrontation of a small scale refund scam operating based in Kolkata, India. The journalist Yujit Bhattacharjee, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, a native of Kolkata who moved to the United States, described a December 2019 scam baiting operation by Browning, during which Browning intercepted a refund scam involving an elderly woman. Suspicious, the woman told the scammer that she would cease contact with him, only for the scammer to lock her computer. Ouch. Browning was able to contact the woman and help her unlock the computer. But Acharji later flew to India to check out call centers and that Browning had identified as possible scammers and confront the individual who had perpetrated the refund scam on the elderly woman. AARP report. I'm going to actually read more about this continued. I'll give you a little bit of an insight. The April 2021 issue of the American Association of the Retired Persons, or known as ARR or AARP, bulletin contains an 11-page article by the director of AARP's Washington State office, centering on Browning's work fighting cyber scams. Temporary channel deletion. On July 26, 2021, Browning was targeted by scammers who pretended to be YouTube support staff and misled him in deleting his own channel. Ouch. His channel was reinstated 4 days later. This backfired on the scammers. He explained in a video that the scammer used Google Chat to send an authenticated phishing email from the google.com domain and convinced Browning to delete his channel under the pretense of moving it to a new YouTube brand account. So, Jim Browning, a scam baiter himself, his channel was temporarily deleted, but he was duped into taking down his own channel. Scammers decided to decided to target him, but their attempt backfired. Fired back at him, or back at the scammer, I should say. Jim Browning did his best to reinstate the channel 4 days later, but the scammers' attempts just quickly backfire. They pretended to be YouTube support staff to trick him. They tried to pull one on him, but the scammers missed. And he's still got this channel still up to this day. He actually collaborated with Trilogy Media. There. That's Art and Ash. Art Kulik and Ashton. Same thing, but different. Scam Interceptors. In 2022, BBC commissioned for a television series for BBC One Scam Interceptors presented by Rob Wilding. In the series, Browning and a team of white hat hackers attempt to intercept criminals and prevent fraudulent activity. The first series premiered on April 4th, 2022, and the second on 1st of May, 2023. A white hat hacker is an ethical security hacker. Ethical hacking is a term meant to imply a broader category than just penetration testing. Under the owner's consent, white hat hackers aim to identify any vulnerabilities or security issues that the current system has. I'll explain the differences between white hat and black hat hackers and why the white hat hackers are more legal than the black hats or gray hats. Basically, the white hat hackers in TLDR is that they do things with permission, meaning they get permission to pen test and look for computer vulnerabilities to fix them before bad actors can jump on board later on. White hat hackers may also work in teams called sneakers and or hacker clubs, red teams or tiger teams. They do that just to help find weak points in computer security and help close those vulnerabilities quick enough before the criminals can get their hands into it. This is different than a gray hat. Gray hats sometimes violates the laws or typical ethical standards, but it does not have the malicious intent of a typical black hat hacker. You've got gray hat, black hat, white hat. So you've got the blade. Yeah. I meant to say you've got the black hat, white hat, gray hat. So you got three hacker types. The gray hats are bad, but they don't have malicious intent, but they violate laws of typical ethical standards. Black hats break the laws and ethical standards. White hat hackers follow the law and standards. The term came into use in the late 1990s, however. Black hats are computer hackers who violate the laws or ethical standards for nefarious purposes such as cybercrime, cyber warfare, or malice. These acts can range from piracy to identity theft. A black hat is often referred to as a cracker. Literally, it's referred to as a person who breaks cybersecurity. The term originates from 1950s westerns with bad guys, criminals typically depicted as having worn black hats and good guys heroes wearing white ones. In the same way, black hat hacking is contrasted with the more ethical white hat approach to hacking. Additionally, there exists a third category called gray hat hacking, characterized by individuals who hack usually with good intentions but by illegal means. This is a map of the WannaCry ransomware attack called WannaCry. WannaCry hit countries from Canada, Iceland, Alaska, South or Mexico, South America, parts of Africa, Australia, mainly South Korea, Japan, parts of Russia, Europe, Middle East. So this map is WannaCry right here. It shows everything in red indicates each country continent hit by WannaCry. Some parts of Africa, such as Nigeria, well, Niger in Nigeria, Angola, Kenya, Tanzania. I'm going to hover over each one. Mozambique to show you. Zimbabwe, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand. I don't think it got hit. Indonesia. There's so many of them. I won't go through them all, but Malaysia and mostly China, Russia, South Korea, Japan took a hit from it very badly. There's Japan right there. You can hover over each country to get a tooltip of which one's been hit. Even Iran, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, India, Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Sweden. So multiple countries got struck. Even Greenland got hit. Canada got hit by WannaCry as well. Even they got hit. So even a country got targeted by the WannaCry attack. That's Kevin Mitnick. He's infamous. I'll show you. Kevin Mitnick is a black hat hacker. I'll read about the two examples of famous black hats that went famous for all their crimes. Kevin Mitnick is one of the most well-known black hat hackers. At one point, he was the most wanted cybercriminal in the world. He hacked into over 40 major corporations, including Motorola and IBM, even the U.S. National Defense Warning System. He was taken into custody and incarcerated in 1995. He became a cybersecurity consultant after his release in 2001, utilizing his hacking expertise for white hat hacking. Vladimir Levin is a Russian hacker who was, while working with a dial-up connection in a laptop in his St. Petersburg apartment in 1994, accessed the accounts of several large corporate customers of Citibank, stealing USD 10.7 million. He ended up spending 3 years in jail. However, in 2005, an anonymous hacker group claimed responsibility for the theft, stating that they only sold Vladimir the data needed to steal the money. Vladimir Ledonovich Levin is a Russian individual. This one's another infamous cyber criminal that did all the crimes that he did. Kevin Mitnick is also famous. He died in 2023. He died at 59 years old. His other names are the Condor, the Dark Side Hacker. He was also an author, and he had Mitnick Security Consulting, Chief Hacking Officer at Known Before Inc., board member of Known Before. Criminal charge. His call sign was N6NHG. Stuff like that. He did wire fraud. Yeah, that. He died in 2023, which I remember hearing about him. He died directly in 2023 in death, indeed. I'll explain the death afterward. I'm giving you the TLDR versions. You can search up this online, Kevin Mitnick or any others to learn more as an internet search keyword, similar to AOL keywords back in the day. 1995, wire fraud, 14 counts, possession of unauthorized access devices, 8 counts, interception of wire or electronic communications, unauthorized access to a federal computer and causing damage to a computer. He got 1 year prison in 1988, 1999, 46 months prison plus 3 years probation. Things like that. He died from pancreatic cancer in July 2023, July 16th at the age of 59. So he died from pancreatic cancer. That's what happened. Basically, Kevin Mitnick was portrayed, well, by Skeet Ulrich and Russell Wong in the movie called Trackdown, known as Takedown outside the US, which was based on the book Takedown by John Markoff and Shinomura. The DVD was released in September 2004. Mitnick also appeared in Werner Herzog's documentary Lo and Behold, Revelries of the Connected World 2016 documentary. He also wrote books: The Art of Deception, The Art of Intrusion, Ghost in the Wires, My Adventures as the World's Most Wanted Hacker, The Art of Invisibility, The Fugitive Game, Online with Kevin Mitnick, Jonathan Littman. Another example is actually Ghostwriter, a 1990s TV show that showed an example of a student hacking into Hurston Middle School's mainframe, setting off fire alarms and or changing grades, known as Hurston Middle School in the 1990s TV show Ghostwriter that I used to watch as a kid in the 2000s. I'm going to show you the list of cyber criminals that were notorious. Mark Abeen, who was convicted of computer charges. This is Mark Abeen. This is him. His alias known as Fiber Optic, PHIBR instead of FIBR. He's known as Fiber Optic. It says here, Mark Abeen, born on February 23rd, 1972, is an American information security expert entrepreneur originally from New York City, better known as pseudonym Fiber Optic. He was once a member of the hacker groups Legion of Doom and Masters of Deception. Fiber Optic was a high-profile hacker in the 1980s and early 1990s, appearing in the New York Times, Harper's Esquire, in debates and on television. He is an important figure in the 1995 nonfiction book Masters of Deception, The Gang That Ruled Cyberspace. There's the ISBN number, the National Standard Book number. There's the ISBN number. Oh. Okay, I'm back. I thought I explained that sometimes cybersecurity can sometimes backfire on cybersecurity researchers and journalists, can sometimes backfire as well in some very rare circumstances. Can sometimes end up backfiring in the worst possible time. Abin's first contact with computers was around at 9 years of age at a local department store where he would often pass the time while his parents shopped. His first computer was a TRS 80 MC-10 with 4 kilobytes of RAM and a 32 column screen, no lowercase, and a cassette tape recorder to load and save programs. Radio Shack, formerly known as Tandy Corporation, used to make computers in the late 80s, in the late 70s, 80s, known as Tandy Radio Shack or Tandy. Tandy, not to be confused with candy. As was customary at the time, the computer connected to a television set was used as a monitor. After receiving the gifts of RAM upgrade to 20 kilobytes and 300 baud modem from his parents, he used his computer to access CompuServe and shortly after discovered the world of dial-up BBSs via people he met on CompuServe's CB simulator and the first nationwide online chat. On some of these BBSs, Bean discovered dial-ups and guest accounts to DEC mini-computers running the RSTS/E and TOPS 10 operating systems as part of the Bo CES educational program in Long Island, New York. Accessing to those DEC mini computers, he realized there was a programming environment that was much more powerful than of his own home computer, so he began taking books out of the library in order to learn the programming languages and that were now available to him. This and the ability to remotely save and load back programs that would still be there the next time he logged in had a profound effect on Abin, who came to view his rather simple computer as a window into a much larger world. He faced legal issues in his life. Bulletin boards known as BBSs that are like computer networks you dial in. They're ASCII based. This is an ASCII bulletin board where you would call in on your computer through a modem to get an ASCII character screen on bulletin boards in the early 90s. It's known as a computer bulletin board service or CBBS or BBS for short. It existed in the early 80s, early 90s, where you could dial in and get an ASCII character screen drawn on your computer screen over the telephone line. It's essentially text only, however. It can do ASCII character art directly, but Hayes smart modems are used for the bulletin boards to dial in on, like similar to video terminals. Or it cannot be used with other useful platforms like video terminals, like a computer terminal, things like that. So you could use a BBS to dial in to get information, news, software like that in the late 80s, early 90s. I was born in 1992, so I never really knew what BBSs were. I knew what dial up modems were in 2000, but not BBSs. This is a ANSI Art BBS logo, ANSI Art, done in low quality over the BBS telephone line, like rendered on the remote screen. BBSs were used in the early 90s, but they later started declining. The way it works is you got a modem that dials into the BBS, like it calls in to the remote modem through the telephone on the other end. The BBSs use 14.4 kilobit modems over the telephone lines to connect to each other. Normally about 19.2 kilobits a second. Then it got replaced by before 28.8 kilobits. Then it only got replaced more by 33.6 kilobits. And then it maxed out at 56 kilobits a second. These increasing speeds had the side effect of dramatically reducing the noticeable effects of channel efficiency. When modems were slow, considerable effort was put in developing the most efficient protocols and display systems possible. TCP/IP ran slowly over 1200 bits a second modems. 26K modems could access the protocol suite more quickly than slower modems. Dial-up internet service became widely available in the mid-1990s to general public outside of universities and research laboratories, and connectivity was introduced or included in most general use operating systems by default as internet access became popular. Dial-up modems would go dun do 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 do, like they would just you'd hear it dial the access number on the telephone line through AOL, MSN, and CompuServe would call out to their network to get you online. This is similar to web TV. Even shareware, such as shareware software, could be shared on BBSs. I'll explain. In the early days, the file download library, if I read all this, it would take for hours to get through it all. So only picking parts to read. In the early days, the file download library consisted of files that system operators or sysops obtained themselves from other BBSs and friends. Many BBSs inspected every file uploaded to their public file download library to ensure the material did not violate copyright law. As time went on, shareware CD-ROMs were sold with thousands of files in each CD-ROM. Small BBSs copied each file individually to their hard drive. Some systems use a CD-ROM drive to make the files available. Advanced BBSs use multiple CD-ROM disk changer units that switch 6 CD-ROM disks on demand to the callers. Large systems use all 26 DOS drive letters with multi-disk changers, housing tens of thousands of copyright-free shareware or freeware files available to all callers. These BBSs were generally more family-friendly, avoiding the seedier side of BBSs. Yes, there was a seedier side to bulletin board systems. Access to these systems varied from single to multiple modem lines, and some requiring little or no confirmed registration. BBS systems even had a dark, seedier side to it, darker side. Stuff like that. I'm not going to read the darker side of it, but BBSs have been caught up in controversies back in the late 80s. I won't read the dark side of it. Of course not, I won't. Bulletin board systems are somewhat long dead, but retro enthusiasts have decided to reintroduce them back emulated. Apogee, Doom from id Software, and Apogee software games were distributed as shareware on BBSs, similar to the internet today. These are the features. A classic BBS had a computer, one or more modems, one or more phone lines with more allowing for increased concurrent users, a BBS software package, a sysop system operator, and a user community. The wah wah wah. The backfire is if a computer has one phone line and if someone calls into the computer for the BBS, that means no other user can dial in until that phone line that the user called in on is not occupied. But the more modems tied to the computer, that means multiple phone lines allow a lot of number of users to dial in. So if one computer has one modem acting as a BBS network, and the one user dials in, that line is tied up to the other, to that person disconnects, and the next person can connect in rotation, one after another. But the multiple phone lines and multiple modems could enable concurrent users to jump on. But if you've got one phone line and multiple modems on that one line, it's going to just tie up the line and prevent other people from calling in, similar to dial-up internet through AOL and MSN, where if you called someone on their home phone while they're using dial-up, they're going to experience a dial-up connection drop because someone's trying to call in the home phone number, similar to that. I used to use AOL in 2003, like early 2000 to 2004. I used to use AOL until I got broadband internet, cable internet. But I used to use AOL and MSN dial-up, and I used to dial on to the internet at 12:01 a.m. Saturday morning and 12:01 a.m. Sunday morning. I used to do this only on the weekends because I had school to go to Monday through Thursday. So I waited till Friday nights at 12:01 midnight and Saturday night at 12:01 midnight Sunday morning to connect to dial-up. So I waited to that hour. I waited until the clock hit 11:59 p.m. Friday night and 11:59 p.m. Saturday nights to connect to AOL and MSN and stay on for as long as I could. The BBS software has menu systems, messaging bases, uploading and downloading of message packets in QWK format using X modem, Y modem, or Z modem. They're acronyms. I won't really get into too much detail about all this, but I'll explain. You've got file areas of the file areas, live viewing of all caller activity by the sysop. You've got voting option booths, statistics on message posters, top uploaders, downloaders, online games using single player or only a single active player at a given time. Online games could also work through BBSs too, a doorway to third-party online games through BBSs, usage auditing capabilities, multi-user chat, internet email, network message boards. Most modern BBSs allow telnet access over the internet using a telnet server and a virtual fossil driver called telnet. Fossil, or FOSSIL, is a standard protocol serial communication for telecommunications programs under the DOS operating system. A yell for sysop page caller side menu item that sounded an audible alarm to the system operator. If chosen, the system operator could then initiate a text chat with the caller. Primitive social networking features such as leaving messages on a user's profile. You can yell for a sysop on a BBS network that when a page caller side menu item when selected, it would sound an audible alarm to the system operator. If chosen, then the system operator could talk to the caller with the sysop directly when you hit that button. That's pretty much a nutshell of the sysop, BBS, cyber attacks, how hackers do things the way they do to cause trouble. I'll explain all of the cyber criminals. There's Pom Pom Purin, known as Connor Brian Fitzpatrick, who's been covered, previously known as Breach Forums, or simply referred to as Breach, has been discontinued. It was taken down in 2022, 3 years ago. It was knocked offline, called Breach Forums, aka Connor Brian Fitzpatrick, known as Pom Pom Purin. This is Breach Forums. This was a cybercrime forum that has been long removed. It's been taken long offline. Note that the Breach Forums used a program called Tor, known as the Onion Routing Network, called Tor, Tor. This is Tor network where the Breach Forums was hiding in some cases. Wikipedia has fact checkers and or lock icons, padlocks on pages to protect them from vandalism. And also fact checking is done on Wikipedia to make sure all articles and sources are accurate and cited and up to date. The Tor network can be used for anonymity and hiding your way on the internet, like hiding where you're hiding your IP address. I won't really get into what Tor is used for a whole lot here on Twitch. I won't. But this is how Tor works. You've got a client that connects to a guard, goes to the middleman, it goes out to the exit, and then to the server. These are relays. The Tor network uses encrypted connections, encrypted tunnels that bounce data from the server to the exit, then to the middle, then to the guard, and then back to the client, vice versa. The data pinballs from the client to the guard, to the middle, to the exit, and then to the server. So it bounces back and forth through a pinball like network. It just pinballs its way from the client to the server to the middle to the relays. So the Tor network is used to access legitimate sites as well. Legitimately, it's used to bypass censorship in some countries where the internet is heavily restricted, to put it that way. Here's another way. You have a client, it bounces through multiple relays. So you got client, guard, another two middle endpoints, and a guard exit node to server. This is the high level design of onion services. This is onion services that go through the client, guard, middle, guard, server. So this is the Tor network, the high level design for onion services operate through the Tor network. Standard anonymity just works by the client going through a guard, middle, and exit into the server, unencrypted on the server, connected to the exit side. This makes it difficult to tell what IP address is from where, things like that. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much the Tor network in a nutshell, where it can be used to hide your anonymity and IP address on the internet, and also used in censorship where some countries block internet access or just block certain services like Twitch, YouTube, things like that, that censors the internet from the outside world. There are three different levels: standard, safer, safest, stuff like that. However, anonymous web browsing also works similar to the VPN, otherwise known as the dark web, dark net, and deep web. I won't get into all that here, not on Twitch. I won't. But VPNs are somewhat similar. VPNs use virtual private networks where it hides your IP address, your actual IP address, from basically attackers on the internet. It's essentially used to hide your IP address so attackers can't really pinpoint your IP back to where you are in the world, country, city wise. That's what that is. It's had some attacks on it. I'll explain. All software has an attack surface. Yes, all software and technology have attack surfaces depending on what it is. But Tor networks have limitations, and Tor's implementation or design have been vulnerable to attacks at various points throughout its history. While most of these limitations and attacks are minor or very low, either being fixed without incident or proving inconsequential, others more notable. End-to-end traffic correlation. Tor is designed to provide relatively high performance network anonymity against an attacker with a single vantage point or on the connection example given, control over one of the three relays, the destination server, the user's internet service provider. Like all current low latency anonymity networks, Tor cannot and does not attempt to protect against an attacker performing simultaneous monitoring of traffic at the boundaries of the Tor network. An example, the traffic entering and exiting the network. While Tor does provide protection against traffic analysis, it cannot prevent traffic confirmation via end-to-end correlation. There's also consensus attacks as well. There's also server-side restrictions and things like that. There's vulnerable applications that are vulnerable, causing trouble. Many attacks targeted at Tor users result from flaws in applications used with Tor, either in the application itself or in how it operates in combination with Tor. Example given, researchers in Arenia in 2011, the National Institute for Research in Digital Science and Technology, or INRIA, things like that, in 2011 performed an attack on BitTorrent users by attacking clients that established connections both using and not using Tor and then associating other connections shared by the same Tor circuit. There's also fingerprinting, which can also cause trouble. Fingerprinting when using Tor apps may still provide data tied to a device such as information about a screen resolution, installed fonts, language configuration, or supported graphics functionality, reducing the set of users a connection could possibly originate from or uniquely identifying them. This information is known as a device fingerprint or browser fingerprint in the case of web browsers. Applications implemented with Tor in mind, such as Tor browser, can be designed to minimize the amount of information leaked by the application to reduce its fingerprint. Eavesdropping. Eavesdropping. Tor cannot encrypt the traffic between an exit relay and destination server. An application does not add an additional layer of end-to-end encryption or E2EE for short between the client and the server, such as a transport layer security or TLS used in HTTPS, hypertext transport protocol secure HTTPS, or the secure shell SSH protocol. This allows the exit relay to capture and modify traffic. Attacks from malicious exit relays have recorded usernames and passwords and modified Bitcoin addresses to redirect transactions. Some of these attacks have involved actively removing the HTTPS protections that would have otherwise have been used. To attempt to prevent this, the Tor browser has since made it so only connections via Onion services or HTTPS are allowed by default. Mozilla Firefox also got in some trouble too. I won't read that part either, but there have been some issues with the Tor browser, some attacks performed on it over the years. In 2022, conspiracy researchers found that when looking up the Tor browser in Chinese on YouTube, one of the URLs provided under the top ranked Chinese language video actually pointed to malware to disguise as Tor browser. Once installed, it saved browsing history and form data that genuine Tor forgot by default and downloaded malicious components into devices' IP addresses where it was in China. Kaspersky researchers noted that the malware was not stealing data to sell for profit, but was designed to identify users. That's essentially what Tor browser is in a nutshell, how it has had issues and has oftentimes been under the subject of attacks. Breach forums, previously known as raid forums, was an English language black hat hacking internet forum founded in 2015. Raid forums is the original predecessor of, I should say, breach forums. Raid forums began in 2015 as a platform for Twitch raiders. That's how that happened. Raid forums. Oops. So raid forums began in 2015 as a platform for the Twitch raiders themselves. Basically, the raid forums was pulled offline after it caused trouble, after it was getting into a lot of trouble. To make matters unpleasant, at the time of its closure in 2022, the forum had over 530,000 registered users and was one of the most prolific and easily accessible ClearNet illicit hacking forums. Yikes! Oops, didn't mean to hover over that. That widget, that little weather widget thing on the bottom right, I didn't mean to hover over that. I meant to not land the cursor near that. I'm back. As I was saying before the ad break, or after when the ad, like right before the ad break, and after while the ad break was running, Raid Forums was the predecessor, and Breach Forums was started by Connor Brian Fitzpatrick, also known by his screen name Pom Pom Purin. A lot of cybersecurity news websites covered this. All the Breach Forums administrator known as Baphomet. Fitzpatrick was later sentenced to 20 years to supervised release. The site was again shut down and the domain seized on May 15, 2024. The domain was back under the owner's control just hours later. Breach Forums actually was notorious for causing a lot of controversies and issues. Mainly Pom Pom Purin, the Japanese, well, the character name Pom Pom Purin, the alias name, is drawn from Hello Kitty, from Sanrio, from Japanese company specialized in creating kawaii cute characters. There's the name Pom Pom Purin came from. Connor Brian Fitzpatrick, who was 19 years old in 2022, borrowed his identity, his online name Pom Pom Purin, from Sanrio. That's how he made his online screen name alias. Stuff like that. This website's been long removed off the internet since it caused a lot of trouble. The internet's not what you think it is. Not quite. The internet has two sides: a dark side, which is the underground cybercrime, and the regular clear facing public net known as ClearNet, the public facing internet. But there's also the dark side of it known as the criminal cyber underground that's below the regular internet. So you have the basic internet, like Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, WhatsApp, Google Play, all that, the regular services, while the cyber criminals hide under all of that and strike the clear net, the clear public facing internet from the dark criminal cyber underground. The dark criminal cyber underground, the best way I can say it, it's like a basement where cyber criminals hang out to cause trouble to the regular internet from there. There are a lot of criminals that have done bad things. I won't cover all of them, but you can see what each of them have done. Let me just zoom in a little further. That way you can get a more up close look. This is it. This is what they've done. Here. These are all the crimes that all these cyber crooks have done, ranging from Elliot Gunton all the way down to Gerald Wandra, the 414, the 414. In fact, there's someone on here that is quite recognizable for a computer virus known as Robert Tappan Morris. He created the Morris worm in 1988. Robert Morris made the Morris worm based on him. He wrote the computer worm in the late 80s. He did it. Let's see. One that might be recognizable is a person that made a MySpace worm. Julian Assange here. It caused trouble a lot. Kevin Mitnick, who passed away in 2023. Let's see. I'm going to get back to the Sveerz game, but I will cover. Jan de Wit is a Dutch cyber criminal who wrote the Anna Kurakova virus, the Anna Kournikova computer virus in 2001. Jan de Wit wrote the virus. Let's see. This is the hall of shame of cyber criminals that broke the law for all the wrong reasons. Sammy Kamkar, known as Sammy, wrote the MySpace worm. He wrote it. He wrote a worm that spread across MySpace that was infecting MySpace badly. He pleaded guilty to violating the California Penal Code Act of 502, Section 8, for creating the Sammy is a My Hero XSS worm that spread across the MySpace social networking site. I'll explain what Sammy does. See, this is the message that the Sammy computer or the MySpace worm would leave on a victim's profile. It's known as js.spacehero. It's a cross-site scripting worm or XSS worm that was designed to propagate across the social networking MySpace within just 20 hours of its October 4, 2005 release. Over 1 million users had run the payload, making Sammy the fastest spreading virus of all time. Cross-site scripting, known as XSS, is a type of security vulnerability that can be found in some web apps. There's the tooltip if you want to read that. It's actually a computer worm that spreads only on MySpace. The way that this inadvertently spread and quick was users on MySpace. The worm itself was relatively inert, harmless. It was harmless. It just carried a payload that would display the string, but most of all, Sammy is my hero on a victim's MySpace profile page, as well as the send Sammy a friend request. When a user viewed that profile page, the payload would then be replicated and planted on their own profile page, configuring or continuing the distribution of the worm. MySpace has since secured this site against the vulnerability. Essentially, if you had MySpace in 2005 and you accidentally visit a page that contains the Sammy, the JS Space Hero worm, you'd infect your page with it on MySpace, and then you would send Sammy Camcar friend request on MySpace after you shortly visit the page that contains the XSS worm. So this would inadvertently spread by visiting an infected page with the cross-site scripting worm that caused it to kick off very badly. That landed Sammy Kamkar in a world of trouble. He had 3 years of formal probation, 90 days of community service, restitution paid to MySpace, restrictions on computer use. things like that. Ross Ulbricht is also another cyber crook who made Silk Road from 2011 until his arrest in 2013. Those are all the cyber criminals. There is one called Albert Gonzalez. This one. This dude right here is the one that hit TJX companies. I'll read it. Albert Gonzalez, born in 1981, is an American computer hacker and computer criminal and police informer who is accused of masterminding the combined credit card theft and subsequent selling of more than 107 million credit card ATM numbers from 2005 to 2007, the biggest such fraud in history. Gonzalez and his accomplices used SQL injections to deploy backdoors on several corporate systems in order to launch packet sniffing, especially ARP spoofing attacks, which allowed him to steal computer data from internal corporate networks. During his spree, he is said to have thrown himself a $75,000 birthday party and complained about having to count $340,000 by hand after his currency counting machine broke. Gonzalez stayed at lavish hotels, but his formal homes were modest. He, along with his team, were featured on the fifth season episode of CNBC series American Greed titled Episode 40 Hackers Operation Get Rich or Die Trying. Gonzalez had three federal indictments. The first was in May 2008 in New York. I was in high school by May 2008 in New York for the Dave and Buster's case trial scheduled September 2009. The second was in May 2008 in Massachusetts for the TJ Maxx case trial scheduled in early 2010. The third was in August 2009 in New Jersey in connection with the Heartland payment case. On March 25, 2010, Gonzalez was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison. How he got into hacking was, this article will explain it. Gonzalez bought his first computer when he was 12, and by the time he was 14, managed to hack into NASA. He attended South Miami High School in Miami, Florida, where he was described as a trouble pack leader of the computer nerds. In 2000, he moved to New York City, where he lived for 3 months before moving to Kearney, New Jersey. He was involved with a group called Shadow Crew. It was a cybercrime forum that operated under the domain name shadowcrew.com between August 2002 and November 2004. He also broke into the TJX companies directly. He actually broke into them. The way he did this, the way he pulled this heist off, the way he pulled this attack off, was while cooperating with authorities, he was said to have masterminded the hacking of TJX companies, which is behind TJ Maxx and other parent company, other subsidiaries of it, in which 45.6 million credit card and debit card numbers were stolen over an 18-month period ending in '07, topping the 2005 breach of 40 million records at Card System Solutions. Gonzalez and 10 others sought targets while war driving and seeking vulnerabilities in wireless networks along U.S. Route 1 in Miami. War driving is an act of searching for wireless networks as well as cell towers, usually from a moving vehicle using a laptop or smartphone. Software for war driving is freely available on the internet. That's a very bad idea. War driving is. That's a whole nother rabbit hole on its own. After seeking vulnerabilities and all that, I read that. They compromised cards at BJ's Wholesale Club, DSW, Office Max, Boston Market, Barnes & Noble, Sports Authority, and TJ Maxx. The indictment referred to Gonzalez by the screen names Kumba Johnny, 2016, 79, 99, 6. Soup Nazi, Segvet, King Chili, and Stanolols, or Stanozlols. The hacking was embarrassment to TJ Maxx, ouch, which discovered the breach in December 2006. I was still in middle school by that time when it happened. The company initially believed the intrusion began in May 2006, but further investigation revealed the breaches dating back to July '05. One of his alleged co-conspirators was Stephen Watt, known in the hacker world as Unix terrorist and Jim Jones. Watt worked at Morgan Stanley in New York City and wrote the Sniffer program. There's a tooltip if you want to read more. Stephen Huntley Watt is an American computer security consultant and hacker known for his involvement in the TGX data breach. I'm reading this from Wikipedia. Stuff like that. So basically, Albert Gonzalez is the notorious TJ Maxx hacker who broke into tons of computer networks. Also, Dave and Buster's as well, and did it from a point of sale location in a restaurant. That's how he was able to get into the networks and do a lot of trouble. He did a lot of damage doing that. Authorities became suspicious after the conspirators kept returning to the restaurant and to reintroduce their hack because it would not restart after the company computers shut down. The co-defendants were Stephen Watt, Damon Patrick, Christopher Scott pleaded guilty to conspiracy, unauthorized access to computer systems, access device fraud, and identity theft. He was sentenced to 7 years. Damon Patrick. Damon Patrick Toey pleaded guilty to wire fraud, credit card fraud, and aggravated identity theft and received a 5-year sentence. Stephen Watt was charged with providing a data theft tool and identity theft case. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison and 3 years of supervised release. He was also ordered by the court to pay back $250,000 in restitution. Target, well, Target themselves, the retailer was also attacked in 2014. I remember the Target breach. I'll explain that. The Target Corporation, let's see. The retailer Target got completely stung by a cyber attack. The Target Corp. This is the store that I remember hearing about it. Target started around in the early days of 1902 as a corporation 123 years ago. And in May 1st, it started in 1962 as a store back then. My mom was young in 1962 when that started. It's been around since over more than 4 decades. They've had Super Target, Target Greatland, different Target variants, directly different variations of Target. Target actually did have a former subsidiaries known as Lifetouch. I remember Lifetouch. Lifetouch is actually a photo company that took pictures. It's been around since 1936, 89 years ago. That's called Lifetouch Inc. Lifetouch got absorbed by Shutterfly. Shutterfly absorbed Lifetouch into them. They were a professional photography company that was founded by Bruce Reinnecker and Eldon Rockgab. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but they founded Lifetouch back in the late 30s, but they got absorbed by Shutterfly Corporation. They got absorbed into them. They got merged into the Shutterfly LLC, so they got merged as a subsidiary of them. That's Lifetouch. I remember them. They took photos for people in school and for families. There's Target Garden Center, and Target Canada was a subsidiary of Target known as Target Canada. But Target Canada was formed in 2013 when Target acquired Zellers and things like that. But Target Canada shut down. It was a short-lived Canadian subsidiary of Target US. Zellers was a Canadian discount store chain founded in 1931, but it shut down eventually. There's a lot to read here, but however, I appreciate the patience and everything, but they did have a cyber attack. Target did a long time ago. I remember reading about it. They actually had a cyber attack in 2013, sometime in 2013, right here. In December 2013, a data breach of Target systems affected up to 10 million, 110 million customers. Oh, ads in effect. Okay, and we're back. This is the target company that had a data breach that happened that affected up to 110 million customers at the time. Compromised customer information included names, phone numbers, email and mailing addresses. In March 2015, Target reached a class action settlement with affected consumers for 10 million plus class action attorney fees. In May 2016, Target settled with affected banks and credit unions for 39 million plus class action attorney fees, of which 19 million would be dispersed by a MasterCard program, meaning that Target had a data breach in December 2013. Literally, right after I graduated high school in 2013, Target got hit by a massive data breach. Ouch. Note that Target only operates in the US as of 2023 through in the past Target attempted to bring their stores to Canada. Therefore, other companies and trademarks are under the name of Target outside the United States are not owned by the Target Corporation. There is a Target in Australia with the same logo and the same name, but those stores are not related. It could be possible that the copying of the branding was legal, or the companies both ended up with the same name and logo by coincidence, as the logo of the Target Australia brand and the Target Corporation are obvious choices of the name Target. Both Target Australia and the Target Corporation are the rebranded names to the designs of older, also unrelated stores. That's an explanation of that. Now I'm going to show you something else related to this subject a bit. This is this is technical support scam. I call this the cybersecurity segment where I talked about cybersecurity a little bit here and there. But this is the tech support scam called the critical Windows alert. Stitched, if you're still here, this is an example of a tech support scam pop-up that actually is an example of a tech support scam pop-up that is known to scare people. That right there is exactly how scammers get you on the hook. They issue a fake pop-up web page saying there's something wrong with your computer, and they urgently ask you to call a 1-800 number on the fake web page that resembles a Windows blue screen of death, and they use sounds, scary voices, scary alarms. They use JavaScript on your web browser to lock up your desktop, known as a browser lock or brow lock. They do that to get you to call the scammers for help with your computer for something for nothing, where they say there's something wrong with your computer, when in reality there's nothing wrong with your computer at all. Stuff like that. This right here is exactly what I was talking about, that scammers abuse fake tech support web pages, pretend to be Microsoft, Dell. Like, they basically use that as a way to steal money from people. They're essentially the real life versions of swiping stews. They are. Here, this is a recent changes page. Scammers dim-wittingly modified the Wikipedia article a long time ago. They basically did some modifications to kind of sneak in these fake tech numbers on each one of them. They modified all of these to spam them. They did some spam to try to dupe people through Wikipedia. So they actually did that. They actually did MediaWiki, like they did it to a MediaWiki site affected by technical support scams. MediaWiki is a subsidiary by the Wikimedia Foundation, a subsidiary. Magnus Mansky and Lee Daniel Crocker made it. They were the original authors. Magnus Mansky and Lee Daniel Crocker made MediaWiki. It's a free open source wiki software for use on Wikipedia since January 2002. It's been coordinated by the Wikimedia Foundation, behind Wikipedia, the site that I'm reading now. Wikipedia has been around since early 2000. It's gotten a lot better over the years, but these are all the spam numbers that the tech scammers interjected into a MediaWiki site. They basically just interjected them in to get people to call them, promoting fake helplines. They're that sneaky. Tech scammers get very, very sneakier than they already are. They devise their tactics and they change up their tactics to get even more bad than that, more harmful. Here, I'll get back to the Sveerz game afterward, but I'm going to explain all of this. I'm going to just jump to the tech scam. I'm going to only look at this for now. I've already covered other stuff earlier in the VOD, so in case you miss any of it, you can rewatch the VOD when it's also published to YouTube as well to get a catch up on what you've missed. Some of these remote protocol programs for remote desktop control are free for personal use and free for non-commercial or commercial use. Some are not. Some are not free for personal use. Some are free for personal use. Some are for non-commercial use. Some are for commercial use and for non-commercial. Some of these are. It just depends on on the developer of it. Symantec PC Anywhere is a discontinued suite of Symantec. I remember Symantec, formerly known as Symantec, now known as Gen Digital Inc., previously known as Symantec. I do remember Symantec, the computer company that made antivirus software, known as Symantec Antivirus in early 2000 and early 90s, late 2000. I do. I used to have a computer that was loaded with Windows XP Home Edition with Symantec Antivirus 2003 on it, preloaded out of the box, obviously, which is more like a trialware program from the OEM, from E-machines in the time. Well, basically, the TLDR, if you don't understand all of this, is the tech scammers. Basically, the scammer will say, "This is for connecting you to our secure server, or I'm going to give you to a secure code," which in reality is just an ID number used by the remote desktop software package. After gaining access, the scammer attempts to convince the victim that the computer is suffering from problems that must be repaired. They will use several methods to misrepresent the content and significance of the common Windows tools and system directories as evidence of malicious activity, such as virus or other malware. These tricks are meant to target victims and who may be unfamiliar with the actual uses of these tools, such as inexperienced users and senior citizens. The scammer then coaxes the victim into paying for the scammer services in a software which they claim is designed to repair or clean the computer, but is either malicious or simply does nothing at all. The scammer may open Windows Event Viewer, which displays a log file of various events used by system admins to troubleshoot problems. Although many of the log entries are relatively harmless notifications, the scammer may claim that the log entries labeled as warnings and errors are evidence of system corruption that must be fixed for a fee. Stuff like that. There's called Moji Bake. Moji Bake is the garbled or gibberish text that is a result of text being decoded using unintended character encoding called Moji Bake. The scammer claims that the malware has corrupted these files, causing the unintelligible output. In reality, the files and prefetch are typically harmless, intact binary files used to speed up current operations. The scammer may falsely claim that normally disabled Windows services should not be disabled, as these services were disabled due to a computer virus, which is it's pure bullshit. Essentially, the scammers are giving you pure bullshit to trick you into letting them into your computer to do bad things by stealing your money. That's essentially what they do. Obviously, there's one super example. If a victim refuses to follow the scammer's instructions or to pay them, scammers have been known to resort to insulting and threatening their victim to procure payment. Scammers may also resort to bullying, coercion, threats, and other forms of intimidation and psychological abuse towards their target in an effort to undermine the victim's ability to think clearly, making them more likely to be forced into further into the scam. Crimes threatened to be inflicted on the victims and their families by scammers have ranged from theft, fraud, extortion to serious crimes such as Canadian citizen Jacob Dulles reported to CBC in 2019 that upon asking a scammer who made contact with him as to why he had been targeted, the scammer responded with a death threat. I'm not going to read that. Scammers have also been known to lock uncooperative victims out of the computer using the Siski utility, present only in Windows versions previous to Windows 10, or third-party apps in which they install on the victim's computer in order to delete the documents and or programs essential to the operation of the victim's computer if they do not receive payment. On Windows 10 and 11, since Microsoft removed the Siski utility, scammers still will change the user's account password. The scammer will then open Control Panel, go into User Settings, and click on Change Password, and the scammer will ask the user to type in his password or user type in a password in the old password field. This scammer will then create a password only that he knows and will reboot the computer. The user won't be able to log into his PC unless he pays the scammer. That's essentially what happens. The scammers do the real life version of ransomware. They lock victims out of the computer by changing passwords or enabling the syskey utility, or they may delete files, folders, documents, photos. They may delete everything to mess up, to really put a dent in the victim. If the victim don't pay, the scammers will dent them up. They will put a huge dent in the victim if they fail to give them money, which you should never, I repeat, you should never, ever, ever, never give a scammer money. Doing so just creates trouble for you, and the scammer runs away with your money, something for nothing. iYogi. This is a company that was seriously fishy. The iYogi site obviously is suspicious, but this is iYogi. This site is actually very harmful. So much so that the MyWatt has given it a careful, this site is suspicious warning. I'll give you a good example of MyWatt triggering a security warning. I'll type it in. Let's see. I'm going to show you how this is triggered. I'm going to use a weird example. Debian, for example. Debian is safe, but I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something that easily triggers the MyWatt to trip off. Here we go. Oh, security warning. That's MyWatt right there. If it detects a site that will hurt your computer, it'll say, warning, this site is is dangerous. It'll say, Watt has detected a potential threat, security threat, and blocked this insert web URL. This site is potentially harmful and it may contain scam activity. Sometimes the MyWatt extension sometimes falsely labels innocent looking sites as harmful. It sometimes does this. But this is the extension that I was talked about in a previous Twitch stream in 2023 that would warn you if you land on an unsafe website, but with a security warning. This. It would basically display this, an overlay where you can hit go back or enter anyway or do not warn me about the site again overlay. The MyWatt company should remove this and the enter anyway. They should remove these two buttons right here, these two options right here, and just have the go back button instead to really make it more better. Note the MyWatt donut icon at the top right is actually red. It is bright red, meaning the site is dangerous. There. That's it right there. It's red, meaning warning, don't go to this site, it can hurt you. That's just an example through the year 2038 web URL on the Debian wiki page, it specifically links to it. It's an example. But a site like this is rated yellow, meaning suspicious. Careful, this site is suspicious. It's labeled as a suspicious website. This is iYogi. This is a website that was criticized for causing problems, that it's associated with being malicious. Here, this is a remote technical support firm based in Gurgaon, India, with customers in the US, United Kingdom, UAE, Australia, Canada, and India. It's been the subject of lawsuits and numerous claims of misconduct. It founded in 2007, Vishal Dar and Uday Shalu is the co-founder and CEO of iYogi. That's essentially what it is. iYogi has been doing some sketchy stuff that's been allegations of scamming customers into buying unneeded software, falsely claiming affiliation with major companies. Myself in 2016, 2015, I had some scammers call and pretend to be iYogi on my mom's home phone at the time. That scammers pretended to be from iYogi, and I shut them down quick. I quickly just wasted their time till they lost their temper, till their temper went poof, till they exploded temper wise, till they got angry. That's essentially it. So, because of this, Scammers do anything nowadays to take your money, but it's best to know when not to fall for it to avoid getting ripped off. So back to the game. That's essentially what I wanted to explain more about. So here we go, back in here. This is the Wild Tangent program that acts like Steam. This is where I buy games, download them after purchase or trial or rental. Here we go, back to Sveerz. Side note, I used to visit a website in early 2000 known as lucasworld.com. And we're back. Here we go. This is it. This is the Sears game that I actually like. Oops. I'll get back to Sears, but let me just interrupt and show you a website I used to go to through the Internet Archive that was a candy website. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. I know that Intel graphics tray, I know that. Stop warning me about the resolution is not optimal. I know that. Let's see. Web.r. You're going to go to web.archive.org and I'm going to show you something. It's called Lucas World. That is a website that used to be a candy website that I used to go to in early 2000. Let me make sure that that is the right one I can find. I wanted to show you that. That way you can see what I'm talking about. Let me just see if that's the correct one. It's essentially a website that is candy, and it's Mexican candy from Mexico. That's essentially what that is. Ah, I'm gonna find it. Essentially, the Lucas candy, I'll show you what I was talking about, but this is a modern version of the site, but this isn't exactly the 2000 version of the site. This is the candy I used to eat back in 2000 that is from Mexico that was actually I could find it at a convenience station near where I used to stay at in 2000. These are the different candies I used to eat. Well, some of them. The parent company is owned by Mars. Mars is actually the parent company that owns it now, but in America. It had little different candy things. It's from it's actually candy you wouldn't find in America too. You could probably find it in Mexico more, but it was also sold in America too, still to this day. Only these versions of it, but if I can find the exact way I can tell you how I was able to revisit my old childhood through the Internet Archive in early 2000, you'll see what I mean. Okay, it's difficult, but it's going to be kind of hard to find the original site thanks to archive way back machines. Can kind of find it. But hard to find it. Hold on for a second. Let's see. I'm going to show you. It's a flash based site that had like music playing, and you could hover and click on like music playing in a loop that existed in 2002, 2000, and it was a fun one. It was powered by Adobe Flash at the time, though. When I was a kid. The archive Wayback Machine uses a Ruffle Flash emulator to emulate Flash sites. And it's kind of hard to revisit Adobe Flash due to because it's been long knocked off the internet. Like Adobe discontinued Adobe Flash, which was a sad thing, but Flash player plugins have been around since 2000 and been obsoleted by newer technologies. Here, or something like that, close to it. The site doesn't really work correct. I remember visiting it or something. I'm gonna find it. I remember discovering it before in the Internet Archive, but I failed to bookmark the site. Oops. I'm gonna find that site. Ugh. Because I remember visiting a website that used to have candy I enjoyed from, well, something like that, but the site's been long gone since it's been a decade ago. I am still going to play the Sears game. I'm just trying to find that website that I discovered offered Mexican candy that you could buy out at the store and eat it. It's different than American candy. Okay, close enough. If I can find it dating back to 2001, right around August 2001. Hmm. I found it, but the site would have Adobe Flash animation through Ruffle Flash emulator, so something's broken. It worked before, but not as much since the site used Adobe Flash for interactions. Like this, I'll show you what it would look like. This is what I was talking about, kinda. This was actually a snapshot in 2003, kind of like that. Here, this is it. This is what I used to visit back in 2003. This right here is the site that I used to visit back in '03. Let's go. It's used as a Ruffle Flash emulator. This is it. This is the site that I used to visit as a kid. I used to visit it just for fun. I'll mute the tab since it's going to be music playing in a loop. I'm sure you don't want to hear that. Unlimited loop, but yeah, this is the exact same site that it's an archive version of the site though. The site's no longer the flasher is no longer on the internet. It's archived though. It's called Swinkles. They're different. Muss is the spicy version. Spicy. Hot is spicy with different flavors. The clicking on it doesn't function, but this is exactly the product I was talking about. I used to enjoy as a kid. Candy, essentially. I don't eat much candy now because I'm a diabetic, but obviously, this is what I was talking about. It's available in Canada, global, and Mexico and US. Different parts of the US it was available in at the time before Mars, the company, brought it out. This is the site that brings back memories as a 32-year-old man who I used to visit this site back in 2003, mid 2003. It's just a flash site with music and the globe thing. You can hover over a site, hover over a part of it that you click on. This is what I was talking about. These are the candies I used to enjoy as a kid back then that I don't really do much more nowadays. It's Mexican candy, that is. Candy from Mexico, from Mexico is where it originates. You could also use the Lucas candy to make certain snack foods. Pulpa dip, things like that, to do pulpa dip chicken, fish fillets with its candy, with fish with pulpa dip, another still the same candy product from them, but it's owned by Mars Incorporated. Mars, the U.S. candy company, it's owned by them as a result. It used to be its own individual candy group in the early 2000s, but it later merged with Mars decades later, after Mars brought it out. Stuff like that. So that's enough of that. It was available in English or in Espanol. It was available in two languages. Given the nature that I was young, I often clicked the English link up here to get in. The Spanish link is the same thing. See, this is the Spanish version of the website. It says click a section. Same thing in English. It says click on a building. In English it says click on a building, but in Spanish it'll say it'll say click on a building or select a building or click on a section. So that's pretty much it. That's what I used to do back in 2003 a little bit. Visit websites that were candy related to candy. Back to Sveerz. This is my favorite game. There was one computer program I used to play called Kappa Jam. Kappa Jam is a Guitar Hero clone ish that uses the arrow keys on your keyboard called Kappa Jam. Let me pull it up on YouTube. Let me mute tab YouTube. I'm gonna pull up Tapajam so you can see what I'm talking about. Actually, let me go to my other machine. I'm gonna show you Tapajam games I used to play as casual PC games that were. I know that Intel. Let me turn off that. It gets on my nerves when it does that. Hold on. Let me just blank the window out momentarily and you'll see what I mean. That way I'll hide the window in case of any sensitive information shows. And I'll take you to what I'm talking about. I'll show you a brief video. It's about a minute, about at least 1 minute long of Tapajam. I'll explain what I enjoyed back in 2005. I'll show you the Game House game that really was my favorite. This is Tapajam. This is something I used to enjoy. Here. This allows you to change keys at any time in the game. That's called Tapajam. I'll show you. Okay, I need to turn the sound down because it may have some licensed music, but this is it. I'm going to try to turn it down just a tad more to avoid problems on Twitch. But this is Tapajam, a game that I used to play from Gamehouse Games in the late 2000s. The game itself is shareware, meaning it was a trial shareware game, but the game is very old. That this game's never been seen again since the 2000s. I'm deciding to mute the audio down so Twitch's audio system does not detect it and mute the VOD. This is the game right here that you would hit the arrow keys or any key you assign that shows the different colors of the keys. I love this. I used to play it as a kid back in the Windows XP era. I did. Games like this may be too old to run on modern hardware due to because they were released about a decade or so ago. Gamehouse is still around. It just merged in with Real Networks. Real Networks is a company that made the Real Media Player for Windows. Yes. Let me show you Real Arcade. Real One Arcade is a Steam-like client that used to work in 2003, but it's long dead. Here we go. I'll turn up the audio so you can hear it better. This is in Korean, so you won't be able to understand any Korean, but this is it. This is similar to Steam right here. This is just on a VM because the software is old, but that's what Real Arcade used to look like in 2003. This is made by a YouTuber that made it into a video. This is shown on Windows XP. It's in Korean because the YouTuber's Korean. That's why it's in Korean. Hence is in the Hangul text. That's why the Korean text. It had Game Pass, which is actually a service used to subscribe to keep games and play games per month before Xbox ever did a subscription like that as of today. This person's just going through the HTML files locally because the service has been long taken offline. It's just scrolling through it all, not spinning on each one to keep the video short. Real One Arcade used your internet connection to download trialware games occasionally, like Steam, before Steam got to where it is today. It had games like Puzzle Gallery, Super Collapse, Gutter Ball, quite a few. You'll see a retro game appear shortly after. You had to have a dial up or broadband connection for Real Arcade to detect that you were online. I'll slow it in slow motion. You'll see what I mean, what I used to enjoy. Those are all the files, all the files have been archived. That's a preview when installing the Real Arcade. This is the preview of it that would show the installation progress on how you would install it to launch to play casual games like Bejeweled, Bounce Out, those types of games that I loved as a kid that are since long old. The program had to be manually downloaded and installed on your computer on the internet. But here you go. This is it. I can't demonstrate it because it's too old. There's the startup sound when you launch it. There's the registration screen, and this is the program that looks a lot like Steam, minus the friends, achievements, cloud saves, and all of that. Similar to Steam. You had a registration box that popped up, but this is what I used to use in 2003. There's the Game Pass subscription where you can get a new game every month before Xbox ever got into the Game Pass thing, as known as today, previously known as Project xCloud with Xbox. But there's Sonic 3D Blast right down there, and those are the native standard Windows games. But there's the quick launch section that shows you games you've either downloaded or the native Windows ones. But you have Bookworm Deluxe, Super Collapse, you've got Gutterball 3D, Mahjong Towers, Jigsaw Puzzle Platinum Edition, Aeronix, Puzzle Inlays, a puzzle game that I remembered in 2003. Game Pass was a subscription where you could get over 100 games to choose from, $5 off of other game purchases on the subscription. Welcome to Way Back Wednesday, where I just take you back in time to 2003 to show you what I used to enjoy as a kid a decade ago. But this is it. This is the game, or this is the real one arcade software that you would play casual PC games by clicking on the download as long as you had DSL or dial up or cable internet. You had to at least have a dial-up modem or a DSL modem or a cable modem to download the trials in order to get them to you. This shows you the computer and connection speeds. Real Arcade determines what games will run your computer based on your specs, based on your system specifications, but also has sound effects too. But note that if you have a 56K modem, the estimated time to download a 5 megabyte file is approximately 12 minutes on dial-up connections. The software used LithTech development system. Some games were powered by LithTech technology. That were using LithTech software for some games that were powered by them. That were powered. As in the resolution, the renderer, the display. Basically, Real Arcade had games that were used by LithTech development tools as well. Stuff like that. LithTech is a company. There's not much known about LithTech because it's a company that existed back in 2003. It would use DirectX or Direct 3D technologies if your computer has 3D hardware acceleration turned on. Stuff like that. The program is Steam-ish, except it lacks the friends achievements. It's powered by LithTech. It's powered by them. That's all the components that make up the real arcade software that allow it to run on Windows XP. Here are the credits, the people behind it. Let me just go back to that. That's the sound effect you hear when you open up the program or click on credits. These are the people that developed Real Arcade. The developers behind Real Arcade made it come to be. It made it to what it was in 2003. The Real Arcade service was shut down in 2009, so it lasted about a decade before it was pulled down in '09. There's one bonus trivia coming up. There are sound effects. I don't know if you heard that, but let me play that again. On the left of this is help desk, online community, game channels, web games, download games, my games, game guide. There is a toolbar down below you can minimize and retract. Those are the sound effects you're hearing of the program internally. This is the Game Pass web page internally used to sign up for it. You would have free games per month. It's a subscription you would pay for by logging in. It was $6 a month, $6.95 a month, about $7 a month. Real Arcade used to offer Game Pass on mobile phones in the UK. You had a free game of your choice every month. You had 100 plus games to pick from, own the games forever, $5 off of all of the game purchases. It needed an internet connection for some functions. Hence is why if you weren't connected to the internet, you would get connected to the internet page and the initial seal here. But if you were connected through dial-up or DSL, it would automatically load the requested thing you clicked on. I loved Real Arcade. I loved it. It was before I ever got into Steam. See, there's Sonic 3D Blast right there. Sega distributed games through Real Arcade through emulation a long time ago through the Real Arcade service. Command and Conquer Red Alert. I don't know if that's through the Real Arcade. I don't know, but normally that would not be natively installed on a Windows computer unless you download it through Real Arcade or you have a Real Arcade or a Command and Conquer Red Alert game on hand. But normally with Windows, you would get Windows 3D Pinball, Free Cell and Hearts, Internet Spades, Checkers, Reversi, MSN games, in Windows XP era, but Sonic 3D Blast is one of the games that was a downloadable demo on the Real Arcade service. There's also Palm games. Real Arcade right there had support for Palm games right there, as you just saw briefly. You can add games to an installed game CD or Realtel game demo. You could ask Real Arcade to do that through the games to a game CD or retail game demo itself. You could. This is actually just a simulated page of what it used to look like in 2003. A simulated page. I used to play a game called Cubus, Super Pop and Drop, Super Collapse, Puzzle Inlay, stuff like that. One of my favorite games was called Tamale Loco. There's an ad, of course there is. I'm gonna let the ad play out since I can't skip it, but oh, anyway. Here we are, back to it. But these are all the programs that are you could download demos. Ooh, Comic Zone! There it is. Not just Sonic 3D Blast. I don't know if you saw that, but there's Comic Zone. Super Groovy is a tile puzzle game at the time. But if you look closely, that's Comic Zone with Sketch Turner, a Genesis game that was distributed through Real Arcade at the time. Palm games. You could download Palm games for Palm OS. I played quite a few of these. I have heard the Hello Kareem TV. Hello there. I heard of Prince of Persia DOS game. I have online later on. I never really played Prince of Persia DOS game because that was before I was born in 1992. Things like that. There's Palm OS. If y'all remember Palm OS, Real Arcade had some games you could download or synchronize to your Palm handheld. Only for the color Palm pilots, for the color displays only. One game I used to play is called Atomica. I used to play Atomica on Windows XP, Windows Millennium, known as Atomica, in the early days. I remember Atomica, the PopCap game. Alchemy is also another game I have on the EA app. I'll show you that now called Alchemy. Here, let me make sure my email doesn't show if it does that. The EA app might ask me to log in or show my emails. That's why I'm blurring out the window temporarily, blocking it out so it finishes loading. I'm using a product called No Machine. This is called No Machine software that if I do Alt Control 0, that's No Machine. This is how I'm bringing my other computer to you on Twitch through window capture through the No Machine program. It's free to use. That's how I'm pulling it off. This is my library of the EA app. I've got Sims 4 reinstalled. It's an update required, however. So let me just skip that for now. But this is Alchemy. This is the game that I've got right here. Alchemy came out in 2001, August 29th, 2001. This is a game that is available on the EA app by PopCap. Since PopCap was owned by EA, half the PopCap games got merged to it. I'll show you. There's Bejeweled 3, Bejeweled Twist. I have the two Bookworm games. I've got Command and Conquer. I almost got tongue tied. I meant to say C and C. I've got Command and Conquer Red Alert 2 and Yuri's Revenge. So I've got Command and Conquer C and C. I've got Bookworm Deluxe and Bookworm Adventures. I've got Big Money, the game, the PopCap game from the early 2000s. I have that in there, but I don't really play Battlefield 1. I played it on Xbox through Game Pass, yes, but I don't necessarily touch it again. I've got Dead in Bermuda, two Dead Space games, and Dragon Age Inquisition I got a long time ago. I've got Feeding Frenzy 2, Dynamite, Dungeon Keeper, Dragon Age, Jade Empire, Mass Effect, Mirror's Edge, Nox, an old RPG game from early 1999, early 2000. It's old. It's old. Excuse my language, but old as shit. The game won't run very well on Windows 11, not on Windows 10 either. I've got Crusader No Remorse, a retro DOS game from early 1995. I was a kid back then when that game came out in August. I've got two Battlefields. I've got The Sims 4 that launched in September 2014. I got it back then when it came out. Back when it launched way back then. Dungeon Keeper is a classic DOS game that launched in 1997, in June 97. I was a child when that was launched. I've got classic games that I can play, but sometimes they may not work or crash on modern machines due to because they're too old. I've got Mass Effect 2 from 2010. I've got Jade Empire Special Edition from April 2005. I've got it on the original Xbox digitally as well. I'll show you some of the games that I actually like. I've got SimCity 2000. This is the DOS version. This right here is from 1995. Welcome to the Classic Hours. I'm downloading these now, so they'll automatically download and install and ready to play. I'll show you what I was talking about by some of the classic titles. I do like, but I don't play them that much. And I'll show you some issues with some of these games. Some of these games support hardware acceleration, and I'll show you the issues that I run in with them. This is one of them. This is SimCity 2000 with DOSBox powering it. Let me turn the audio up so you can hear it better. Oops, I had the audio turned down. This is it. This is the game that was available on CD-ROM. This is something that Will Wright made. I'm not good at this game. I've tried and I can't build a city. SC2000, SimCity 2000. It's running in DOSBox, so there'll be some visual irregularities and audio weirdness. But this is the game that I discovered in early 2000. Somehow I had this on CD-ROM. Due to no machine, the cursor cannot really move freely as it should. You'll get to hear Will TV, known as Will Wright. If I can get it. Oops! The keyboard and audio inputs don't really work, or the video is working, the audio is, but the inputs for mouse and keyboard don't exactly work on no machine. No, they don't very well. It doesn't work with games too well. Not unless if you go to a workaround and select grab the mouse and keyboard inputs. That's the workaround. So let me just click in it and I'll show you. Let me re-release and try again. This doesn't always work. But here we go. This is Will Wright. He created it. Good night, Curry. Will Wright had a concept of this. This is what I was talking about, the SimCity game. This is the game that Will Wright was talking about, how he developed SimCity Classic and made SimCity 2000, made two versions of the game so you could upgrade and import stuff from SimCity Classic into this version. This is it. This is a game that I'm not really great at, though, building a city. This is a pre-made city that Maxis packaged with SimCity 2000, basically pre-packaged it with the game. You can create your own city or play a scenario, but I'm not that great at it. I've tried and I don't have my hand at it. There are different tools. You have a query tool that allows you to look at things. Oh, a hurricane warning. That right there shows hurricane warning in that little box right there for some odd reason. Which I've disabled disasters for the sake of it. You can also destroy cities with fire, flood, aircraft, tornado, earthquake, monster, hurricane, riots in SimCity. You can do disasters as well. you can also load a scenario, edit new map, load city or new city. You can save city, all of that. I thought I'd showcase that to show you what I was talking about, but SimCity 4 is another game that I have that may not run very well in modern hardware. I've got SimCity, the 2013 version of the game, that this version of the game was notorious right here for causing controversy in its early days. Right there. Things like that. That SimCity right there. That this game was actually notorious for a controversy in 2013 where the online functionality of the game completely backfired on EA, where EA dim-wittingly stress tested the servers of SimCity 2013 game, where, uh, however, note that when people got the SimCity 2013 game, people all jumped online so hard that the servers completely imploded after a lot of players mass hit the servers for the game all simultaneously worldwide, causing EA a lot of trouble. They disastrously launched SimCity 2013, inviting people to stress test the servers. These are the add-ons I've got for it. The add-ons for it. I've got Bejeweled Twist. I will download some of these and play them directly after they've done downloading. I've got Bookworm Deluxe, Bookworm Adventures. I've got quite a few classic titles. Cheating Frenzy. I've got Dynamite on Steam. There's Peggle Plants vs. Zombies. I've got Spore. Spore was notorious for piracy issues with Securom DRM causing problems. I've got Star Wars games, Star Wars Battlefront 2, Class 2005, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, SteamWorld Dig, Star Wars Squadrons, Wing Commander 3, Heart of the Tiger, Ultima Gold Edition, Theme Hospital, Siberia 2, and Zuma's Revenge. Let me just change the screen resolution because the cursor is partially limited in certain aspect. There. Those are the games I downloaded, so I'm going to stick mainly with that. I'm going to show you GOG real quick. I got some classic games on GOG that I brought that are DRM-free retro classics. I brought Shadow Warrior, a game that is similar to Duke Nukem or Doom that is so retro, and the game's not appropriate for Twitch. One of the versions isn't really appropriate. It's a martial arts theme game. I'll show you. I've got quite a few more here. I've got the Blackwell games, 1, 2, 3, 4 Blackwell games. I beat these before all on stream. I've got the Blood Omen Legacy of Kain. I've got the Blake Stone Planet Strike. I've got the Broken Sword games, Broken Sword 2 and Broken Sword Director's Cut. I've got Call of Cthulhu, Prisoner of Ice Point and Click. I've got the Call of Juarez pack, Gunslinger, Bound in Blood, and Call of Juarez, the basic one. So I've got the 3 games that are basic of each other. This is the retro one, the Call of Juarez Retro that came out in 2006. And I've got 2 others. The Gunslinger one, I beat one of them on Xbox all the way through. That one was 2013. I beat that one to the end. And I've got Bound in Blood. I love Western shooter games, like old Western style shooters. give a challenge. I've got the Coma games. I've got the Control game, Control Ultimate Edition. I've got Kane, Cyne. I've got Cat Quest 2. I've got several of these. Some retros in here and some newer ones. I've got the Deus Ex, Director's Cut and Mankind Divided. I did win a game from Mad Viking King, Deus Ex. I did win a Deus Ex Steam key. I've got 3 Deus Ex games in here. I've got 3 of them. I've got Dishonored 2. So I've got 2 Dishonored games. I have played Dishonored on Xbox 360. I got a disc for the game. Dishonored, of course. I've got Doom 3. I've got 2 Doom games. I've got quite a lot in here. I've got Elder Scrolls Morrowind GOTY. I've got the Elder Scrolls V Oblivion GOTY Edition Deluxe. I've got almost all of these. I've got the Incredible Machine, the Even More Incredible Machine pack. Epic Pinball. I've got quite a few classics. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Fallout classics. I've got Eye of the Beholders, 3 of them. I've got Flat Out. I've got Amazon Queen. I've got Gex. I've got Ghost Runner. I've got Golf with Friends. I've got Greek. I've got, it's GREAK. I've got Hell Division. I've got Hell Pie. Hitman. I've got Hero of the Kingdom. I've got an anime type game. Hello Neighbor. I've got Grip. Greedfall. Hitman. I've got 2 Hitman games. I've got I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, the Incredible Machine pack. I've got Indiana Jones, 2 of them. I've got 3 of the Jazz Jackrabbits. I've got Lego Star Wars, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Lego games. I've got Leisure Suit Larry, Wet Dreams Don't Dry. I've got The Longest Journey. I've got the Legacy of Kain Defiance game. I've got King of Fighters. I've got quite a few GOGs in here. GOG titles. I've got Mafia Pack. I've got the Mafia Definitive, Mafia 3, Mafia 2, Mafia 2 Director's Cut, Mafia Definitive Edition. I've got 3 Metal Slugs, 2 Metro games, 2 Orion games, Maniac Mansion, the retro game, right there. I've got quite a few. I've got Might and Magic 2 games, all 4 of them. Actually, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. I've got 1, 2, 3 Mortal Kombat DOS retro games. I've got 1, 2 Myst games. I've got The Next Big Thing. I've got Pizza Connection games. I've got Postal, Classic and Uncut. I've got Prison Architect. I've got Prince of Persia's. I've got Psychonauts. I've got Pro Pinball Time Shock Retro. I've got Pushover. I've got the Quest for Glory games, the Quest of Glory pack. I've got Pure Pinball. I've got the Quake 2 games. I've got Railroad Tycoon 3, Railroad Tycoon 2, Real Mist. I've got Rayman 2. I've got Saints Row. So 1, 2, 3, 4 Saints Rows. Runaway pack. Runaway A Road Adventure. I've already played that before. Runaway The Dream of the Turtle. Runaway The Twist of Fate. Runaway 3. I've played that before. I've got the Shadow Warrior games right here. 2 of them. I've got Serious Sam, The First Encounter. I've got quite a lot. The Serious Sam game is actually classic from 2001. I've got SimCity Shores, SimCity 3000 Unlimited, SimCity 2000. I've got quite a lot in here that I could play. I've got Star Wars Battlefront, Star Wars Bounty Hunter, Star Wars Galactic Battleground Saga, Star Wars Jedi Knight, Star Wars Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith, Star Wars Rebellion. I've got System Shock 2. I've got Syndicate Wars. I've got, some of these are free I got on GOG when I made the account, the GOG account. I've got The Pandora, directed by Tex Murphy, Under a Killing Moon, Thief, the Thief games. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Tomb Raider games. I've got Tropico 4. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Ultima games. I've got The Walking Dead Season 1. I've got VV Triple V Triple V. I've got Vinba. I've got Warhammer games. I've got 2 Wasteland games. I've got 1, 2 Wolfenstein games, 2 Witcher games, 2 Worms games, Ziggurat, Wepo, Xenonauts, Yes Your Grace, Ultima, another Ultima game, Yesterday and Yesterday Origins. And I'm gonna get back to Sveerz right now, so I'm gonna basically play more of this for a little bit. I think the game might have locked up or something because I'm supposed to click on something. But I can't. Something's not right. Weird. And I've got the media source playing. Whoops! Sorry about that. That's an oops I did. I got the media source playing by mistake. Okay, I can't click on anything there. You know that the emergency alert system also uses the Microsoft Windows David Narrator desktop voice? Uh-oh. Oops. Game over. The overspheres talk to you. Let me change the quality of it so you can see it a little better. No machine supports a compression technology from the server, so let me update the video quality a little higher so you can see it better. And let me update the audio quality so you can also hear it a little more better than that, like as if it was talking on a cellular phone from the late 2000s. Oops. You repeat the sequences by clicking. Oops. Another game I used to play as a kid was known as Pipso, a dice rolling game for Windows similar to Yahtzee. Each time you click on the wrong one, it'll add more to the board. Oops. I like this game. This is my favorite game, Sears. Sears Deluxe. Mhm. Whoa. Oops. I'll be right back. Sitting down. I'll be right back. I'm going to put y'all to the be right back screen. Oops, I forgot to turn my mic up, but I'm back, and I forgot to say that I did want to mention that I found out some nuisance streaming. I found out, or a nuisance content creator who was messing with people the wrong way, as in running up to them and assaulting them. That 15 Minutes of Shame made a YouTube video of a streamer who irresponsibly, or content creator who irresponsibly decided to go up and mess with people, and someone decided to actually mess with them. Hold on, and let's just say it didn't end well. What's it? Oh. Okay, I'm back. So, Oops. Oops. I'll show you the puzzle mode. This is puzzle mode. The fun fact is, dinner's alright, but note that this game talks to you, though. This is the puzzle mode of it. In puzzle mode, you just click to get rid of the spheres on the board. The timer is actually disabled, and the bar down below is disabled as well in this mode. All right. Oh, game over. There are different modes of Sveerz: arcade, memory, puzzle, and rhythm, all easily described on this menu here. Okay, so let's do something different. I want to do Big Money Deluxe. Not really, it's not gambling. Of course not. This is a PopCap game. Full screen does not work. Not on this. The full screen doesn't exactly function in Big Money Deluxe. It automatically keeps it in a windowed mode. Unfortunately, cannot get it full screen. Yes, I'm using Windows 11 Canary build, so you'll see some weird emoji bake icons or emoji bake text in some areas. Turn the music down just a tad. This is the game that I played in 2003. An old game from a decade ago. That kaching you hearing is money popping up on the screen. The goal of the game is to collect money bags to actually advance to the next level. Hence the name of the game called Big Money. Note that I repeat, I will never, 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 ever show any kind of gambling video game on Twitch. I won't, because Twitch has gotten more strategic and more strict about gambling on its platform. I won't show anything like that here on my channel. Nope. Twitch is very uptight about that. It's an automatic game over if this money hits the top of the screen. The reason why I won't show any gambling video game or anything like that a whole lot, anything gambling related, because Twitch, they tend to put their foot down about stuff like that at streamers. So any streamer that's caught showing anything gambling related, depending on Twitch's on guidelines on gambling on the platform, they may take a whip and crack it at you and punish you for doing it, whether it be a warning or suspension. Like, I'm not chancing it with Twitch. I'm not chancing it with their TOS. Some streamers have gotten suspended by pushing TOS to the maximum limit. And I gotta say that Twitch decided to let Neon back on the platform. Like, why would they let Neon back on of all things? Like, I don't get it. They let Neon back on the platform. Neon the streamer, who was highly controversial. Be right back. This will only take about like 3 minutes. I'm back. I had to take care of stuff, but here we go. Back to the game again. This is actually one of my favorites. You have to fill the meter up on the right to get another money bag to appear. That's how you play the Money Deluxe, or known as Big Money. Something like that. Uh-oh. I'll show you some more games that I have. Okay, I need to change desktop resolution to a higher one due to that. Let me open the Intel HD graphics panel. Okay, so let's see what I want to do. Dynamite Deluxe is actually a game that is from 2003. Let me open up Steam. Let's Steam in. Welcome to Steam. Steam's got a new store page in beta. You'll see what I mean. This is their new store page. It's currently in beta right now, in the beta build, in the beta version. The Steam player or Steam trailer player got upgraded a little more. They've changed the Steam player for trailers to improve. How many trailers are there in the Steam store? As it turns out, a lot. In order to update the streaming technology, we had to re-encode every trailer that appears or could appear on the Steam store. That ended up being around 400,000 video files. Some trailers were uploaded a long time ago. We no longer have the original files in the Steam system. Yes, we're still trying to find our stash of tape backup so we can get the originals of the Portal trailer. That's nice. Val, that's nice. Real nice. That's nice. I wish Valve could change the store look layout again, change the library layout, like change the entire client program layout, change out the Steam layout to a new look, like a 2025 refresh to give it a bit of a pop, pizzazz, a bit of a remake, like a rebuild. So it doesn't look like 2003 almost. That. You already saw what it was on the store. Okay, this is what Valve did. In the beta layout, I'll show you. The bar's been moved up top right there. in the beta layout. In the old format, it used to be on the side. It used to be on the side right here in the old layout in the non-beta phase, but in beta they moved the bar up top. They put it all up to the top. Wishlist still stays the same. The search stays the same, but your categories or your different parts of the tabs are moved up to the top of the screen from now on. That's actually in the beta thing, roll in the beta version. Yeah, it's going to make its way to the stable branch of Steam eventually. Here's Hammerheads Deluxe, HHD. Hammerheads, a game where you bop gnomes or you smash gnomes apart. Let's smash some gnomes. It's like whack-a-mole, where you just smash gnomes. Yeah, Stitch. Yeah, you had to use the red icon, the warning symbol, the red warning symbol. I could tell. Now, I gotta say this. The games I play are a little too old to run on modern computers sometimes. What I'm talking about is my PopCap games will not recognize any graphics hardware that enables hardware acceleration or 3D acceleration. It'll say, sorry, your computer does not meet the minimum requirements to enable hardware acceleration. It only does it on some computers that use AMD GPUs or NVIDIA. Intel, it does perfectly fine. It's just this game is easy. All you do is just smash gnomes. But the thing is, there is two gnomes. One that wears a bucket on its head where you can't smash it without the bucket on its head. And there's another gnome you have to hit twice. You'll see what I mean. See that one you gotta click twice on. The female gnome. It's like whack-a-mole. This game could be played on a touchscreen computer where you just click to tap or you tap to click on a gnome to get rid of it. But some gnomes you gotta at least click twice on. Click multiple times at. Oops. Let me say this. Warning! Don't go smashing gnomes in real life. Don't go smashing lawn gnomes in real life of other people's gnomes. Don't go doing that. This is called Flippy the Gnome. Flippy wears a bucket on his head to prevent smashing. See, you gotta wait till that bucket's not on his head. Ouch! Ow! Ow! This is actually just where you smash gnomes with the hammer. Hence the name Hammerheads Deluxe. Ouch! Ow! Ouch! Daredevil run. Ow. The Daredevil run. Smash gnomes only with one health remaining. Hmm? Oh, that Polaroid camera will save your progress every 5 levels. Oh, oh. Ah, miss. It's all over if you miss more than too many times. I wanted to say that a little later in the game, as the further you get, there will be a pesky gnome that steals coins from you a little later in the game. One you'll encounter later. Oh, The Hammerhead Deluxe is actually one of my favorites. I get to smash gnomes apart. Tricky the Trap Gnome is harmful. Don't smash this one, otherwise you get hurt. Ow. That's interesting. That gnome should be avoided, the one with the trap gnome. The bonus. Ow. Ouch. Ouch. Mamma mia. Whoops. Oh. Wah wah. Oh. Huh. Hang on. Ah, oops. Hang on. Hang on. Ah, oops, I did it again. Time for some Antiquarium. This is Antiquarium, a game that is actually involving a fish tank. Gotta update this category of the game. It's Insequarium. Insequarium. I gotta figure out how to spell that. Insequarium. Okay. I'll read about it on Wikipedia if you don't know what the game is. It's available for purchase on Steam. The Antiquarium game is also sold on the EA app too. Hang on. Insequarium. Insequarium is a 2001 virtual pet simulator video game developed by Flying Bear Entertainment and published by PopCap Games and Mumbo Jumbo. George Fan is an American video game designer who currently works as the creative director at All Yes Good. He designed Insequarium 2001, Plants vs. Zombies, Octageddon 2018, and Hard Hat Wombat 2023. George Fan, spelled Fan, he literally is a game designer. He basically released deluxe editions of Insequarium further for PopCap games, and George Fan was laid off in 2012 after EA bought PopCap games. Here's a fun fact. PopCap Games was formerly known as Sexy Action Cool in 2000. Literally. Its name was known as Sexy Action Cool in 2000. Literally, that's the former name. Before it rebranded itself to PopCap. I'll read it. PopCap Games is an American video game developer based in Seattle and subsidiary of Electronic Arts of Redwood City, California. The company was founded in 2000 by John Vesey, Brian Fiat, and Jason Kapalka. Originally founded under the name Sexy Action Cool, their first title was a strip poker game which served as a revenue stream for future titles. PopCap has developed several games for computers, consoles, and mobile devices, with their most popular games being Bejeweled, Peggle, Zuma, and PVC. PopCap was acquired and became a subsidiary of Electronic Arts on July 12, 2011. So essentially, you got PVZ, Bejeweled, and or Peggle as the games, and Bookworm, and the Bejeweled series. Basically, you have Antiquarium. The way Antiquarium was made was through George Fan. George Fan was in a cyber cafe in Hawaii when he heard that Antiquarium made it to the festival as a finalist, in which he openly screamed with joy. Antiquarium later won the festival's category Innovation in Game Design. Fan contacted PopCap Games and asked if they would be at GDC 2002. They met up at the Fan's finalist booth at the conference. PopCap offered Fan an aid in publishing Antiquarium as a downloadable game, though didn't hire him as a Shan was already offered a job at Blizzard Entertainment. Blizzard allowed Fan to develop Insequarium before working with them, and PopCap Games aided and Fan on Insequarium for the next 2 years. Following the start of PopCap Games' aid, Insequarium used PopCap Games Framework as its engine. Fan designed and programmed the majority of the game along with its drawing, with its concept, and composing some of the music. Notes: the manual states that Antiquarium Deluxe was released in September 2004, right around the same year that The Sims 2 got published in September 2004. However, the official website for Flying Bear Entertainment states that it was released for Microsoft Windows in August 2004 and for Mac OS X in October 2004. Though Tyson Henderson did develop the backgrounds in the Java version of Antiquarium, he is not credited as an artist, instead being part of a special thanks list. About that, the game won't go into full screen like it did when I alt entered out of it. It tends to do that. I need to restart the game to try again. My fish are starting to die off if I don't feed them good enough. Nico, the oyster produces pearls that you can click for a hefty sum of money. Nice. The fish will die if you fail to feed them, however. Whoa. Whoa. Itchy the swordfish. This is the virtual tank mode. Stitch, I named it Izzy. One of the fish is named that. Yes, I did. One of the fishes eat other fish. The one that's named Stu does. Oh, I just did. Uh, you spoke too soon there, buddy boy. Stitch, you spoke way too soon on that one. This is Antiquarium Deluxe. Fish. Yes, I'm feeding fish in a virtual tank. And this is not easy than it looks. It looks harder than it looks. It looks easy than it looks. Well, not easy, but harder than it looks. Well, that's the point. I mean, hi there, Rapster. Hi. I also played some Spheres earlier in the stream. There's a snail called Stinky the Snail down below that collects coins for you. That's what Stinky's purpose is when you get him in the game. It's to collect coins automatically. Whoa. I did play some Spheres. Oh, main menu. I'll show you Sears. Sears. This is the game that I was playing earlier in the stream, and I actually love. I love the Sears game. No, that's Windows 11 wallpaper by D-Sharp. The games I might look at is called Slider Adventures. Slider is a labyrinth maze game right here. This I will get at a later date that I used to play a long time ago, written by Sandlot. It launched in 2005. I was in middle school when that game came out. I need to sign into my Wild Tangent library. Hold on while I do that. I gotta blank out the screen when I do that. Ah, 11:02. 6 hours. Nice. Okay, now I'm back. Let me just show you the games I've got that I paid for. These are the games that I've got. The two Blaster Ball games. Otto's Magic Blocks is exclusive to Wild Tangent. Let's do some Blaster Ball. The pum pum pum, or the pum pum pum, the sound that it makes when you start the level. Time for some Blaster Ball. Hang on. Please wait. It's now installing and downloading the other two. The game I find that's most difficult to play on modern Windows is Otto's Magic Blocks. The game tends to crash at the wrong moment. It tends to always lock up. It tends to do that. I don't know why, but the game tends to crash occasionally. It's a game that I played back in 2005 called Otto's Magic Blocks. I've been a Wild Tangent person since 2005, since I discovered Wild Tangent a decade ago on my own. The games are installing in the background, so it'll be a bit before they finish. Yes, I stuck nearly 12 gigs of RAM in this thing. I decided to do that, feed it that amount. Oh, Steam had to close and reopen. That's just great. Those are installing, so that'll be a bit. But let me update The Sims 4. Since I can't play Sims 4 till I update it. Updating, please wait. It's got to download a 7 gig patch or download an entire large amount of update. A large patch data. Wild Tangent pretty much actually was is still a company that I love. I mean, the Otto's Magic Blocks, it's a crock of shit. Excuse my language, but the game crashed the last time I streamed it. It froze on a repeating noise and just ruined the progress. It's still doing its sweet thing of installing in the background, so I gotta wait a bit. Hang on. In fact, I might do some PlayStation 2 video games. Something like that while those install. Since I'm going to show you something else. Let me just take care of that. So there may be a little more than just me playing casual PC games. I use PCSX2, the PS2 emulator. That. Since I do love PlayStation 2 a lot, since I used to have a PS2 when I was growing up, I used to. It was the original fat PS2, the large model. The one with the built in power switch on the back you had to flip on or off to turn the system on or off. So I will do some PlayStation 2. Right now, I'm updating both emulators, DuckStation and PCSX2, correctly. Time to plug in a controller and show off some PS2 emulation. Duck Station and PCSX2 emulators are my favorite for emulating the PlayStation console. I should use a DualShock 4 controller, like a PS4 controller, instead through the USB cable. This right here is actually what I've used for PS2 emulation directly. Oh, here, some PS2 emulation. This. This is my favorite. I used to have this in 2004. Ah, I forgot to change the game category. Oops! The Auto's magic blocks will be shown some other time. So let's do some PlayStation 2 playback. I do miss PS2. I heavily miss that system just because I had it as a child back in like early 2000. So this is going to be the PS2 playback. I have the original Xbox version of Namco Museum, I do, but the game crashes on the original on the Xbox 360. The Namco Museum arrangement version tends to crash. Whoa! I'm using the DualShock 4 controller. It works well on Windows, but with some minor issues. Ah, whoops. Those enemies are called blast, the ones that are red looking. Whoa! Ow! That hurts. Oh, what are those? Those things are scattered like jewelry items are scattered all throughout the level. Whoa! Ouch! Ouch. Okay, there's an issue with the controller plug. Hold on. Oh, that's just great. Hang on. Ah, there's like an issue with the USB port in the computer or something like that. I gotta take a few moments to see what's going on, or take a bit. Let me close out PCSX2 and wait a bit. Yes, I do use a PlayStation 1 emulator and or the PPSSPP emulator. I do that. So this takes a bit. I've got a USB 3.0 flash drive plugged into a USB 2.0 slot. Bad idea. The desktop computer I have has at least four USB 2.0 slots and then four USB 3.0 slots, a total of four. Total almost eight slots. Like eight of them. Four on the front, I think about four on the back. Hang on. Please wait. To reduce issues of games being read from the flash drive, I'm copying them to to a spare hard drive mounted in the computer. That way, I don't have to have the flash drives plugged in. That way, it reduces the excessive trying to read from the flash drive a lot. So this takes about 1 minute left. 45 seconds remaining. 96% complete. I did try some Lay's all dressed up potato chips, and those things were tasty. They were from Canada. I got them at a gas station here where I'm at, and they were tasty. They were very good. And I brought some Nong Shim Shin black ramen in a cup, two of them, and I also brought some wonton ramen from Maruchan in an orange bowl that you can microwave or pour the boiling water in. Okay, so now let's see what I need to do. That. Let's see. Oops. Hang on. Now I just need to get the PCSX on a different drive. Hang on, this won't take too long. Restarting the emulator again. Okay, I guess I didn't copy it there. The one thing I've got is called the Seventh Guest soundtrack. I'll preview it directly. I'll let you hear what it sounds like based on Mr. Death. You'll get a preview of what it sounds like. Okay, it should be playing. I don't hear no sound, but weird. If I can play it off of the VLC media player, you'll be able to hear it's going to be like the Seventh Guest, but 11th Hour, the sequel to the Seventh Guest. You'll get to hear what it sounds like. Oh, that's just great. There. Let me replay it again. This is in the 11th hour. Okay, the ads are in effect. Here we go. You're gonna hear some Mr. Death. This actually is a soundtrack heard in the 11th hour. This is the actual theme of the 11th hour game. Essentially, the 11th hour is the sequel to the Seventh Guest. It's a point and click retro FMV game that came out in the late 90s called The 11th Hour, the sequel to The Seventh Guest. That's essentially what it is. The Seventh Guest is the first game. The 11th Hour was the actual spin off of that. I'll show you. I have it. I have The Seventh Guest. I've also got the 11th Hour game on Steam. This is it. The other one is a horror based one. This one's a FMV interactive. There is a remastered version on Steam, the 25th anniversary edition. I'll explain it what it is. There's the anniversary edition right there, the 25th anniversary edition based on the original. This one is a horror drama puzzle point and click adventure game published by Trilobite. It released in March 31st, 1993. I was just a 1 year old at the time the game came out. Okay. The the 11th hour. Here it is. I'm referring to the game, thank you, not the film. Hold on. There it is. It's a puzzle game. The 11th hour, the video game. Let me just show you the window real quick. This is it. It's a 1995 interactive movie puzzle adventure game with a horror setting. It is the sequel to the 1993 game The Seventh Guest. A 3DO interactive multiplayer version was planned but never released. This game came out in 1995 when I was a child. When I was young then, about, let's see, about 4 years old in 95. But in 1993, I was just a year old, 1 year old. It says here, this is the game I got on Steam. The narrative begins 70 years after the seventh guest event. The year is 1995, and the player is called Carl Denning, a case unsolved television series investigative reporter. Robin Morales, his producer and lover, mysteriously vanished 3 weeks prior in the Harley on the Hudson, New York. She was investigating a series of grisly murders and disappearances that had plagued the otherwise sleepy upstate town for over the last few months. Denning's only solid lead is a portable computer called the Game Book, delivered only a postmark from Harley. When booted, the Game Book displays Robin's plea to help her escape. The story then flashes back to the beginning of Robin's investigation. She interviews Eileen Wiley, the only person known to have survived an encounter with Henry Stough's mansion. Eileen confirms she lost her hand that night, claiming to have been bitten off by a dog, but offers no other meaningful details of the encounter. Suspicious of Eileen's story, Robin interviews Dr. Thornton, who treated Eileen that night. Though the doctor appears to believe Eileen about the dog, the interview proves fruitful as Dr. Thornton reveals that Eileen was not alone that night. Her friend Samantha Ford was with her in the house those 18 years ago. Samantha's family used its considerable influence to keep her involvement out of the papers. He also reveals that Samantha has been paralyzed from the waist down ever since the girls' encounter. Dr. Thornton's receptionist listens to the entire conversation through an intercom, demonstrating a strangely angry behavior. There's a lot to read, but it's an interactive puzzle game, an F&B puzzle released for DOS, Windows, and Mac for all platforms. Robin attempts to interview Samantha, but their meeting is adversarial. Samantha's forceful denials convince Robin that the women are not telling the truth about their encounter. Samantha confirms Robin's suspicions that later that evening, when she visits Robin's motel room and shares her story. Samantha claims during the encounter with the house, something supernatural held the girls down and beat them. He let them go through the gate slammed shut on Eileen's hand as she tried to flee, severing it. After both women end up pregnant, Samantha had an illegal that resulted in her paralysis. But Aline went through with the pregnancy and had a daughter, Marie. Samantha claims there was always something sinister about the child, who believes that all hell let loose. Around Marie's 18th birthday, that Marie is the mansion's offspring, that the Marie is responsible for the murders and disappearances. Meanwhile, Robin begins a romance with Jim Martin, the local police chief. This game actually made it in the 90s, and there's a lot to read here, but it involves with Henry Stouff. You actually be in Stouff's mansion. There's three endings in the game, however. You have Carl chooses Marie, Carl chooses Robin, Carl chooses Samantha. Three endings, three of them. So you can replay this game and get to see three different endings. This, however, it's similar to its predecessor with the same puzzle-based gameplay structure, but the additional element of a treasure hunt. This game actually has a game called The Seventh Guest Books of Secrets. Application for iOS was renamed to just Book of Secrets and was updated to include a walkthrough and a script for the 11th hour, just as it already had for the Seventh Guest. It's actually a book, rather. The 11th hour was released for the Windows as a download from .emu and GOG.com. It was re-released again on Steam in October 2013 as a part of collaboration between Trilobyte and Night Dive Studios. Emu SAS is a French video game developer based in Paris, founded by 2007 by Xavier Liard and Romain Tisserand. So Emu made a downloadable version of the game that is still present to this day, but its parent subsidiary is Focus Entertainment that acquired them, but their divisions are the arcade crew known as Emu. They are a France-based company that obviously published retro stuff. It's best known for its ports, remakes, and remasters. Emu tends to take old games and remaster them and remake them to port them forward to modern machines. Did you know that Emu actually had a video game digital distribution service that didn't last that long? Will last long. In April 2010, Emu launched a digital distribution service that would sell games without digital rights management akin to good old games. In March 2017, Emu announced that their online store would be closed down on June 1st that year. The company cited tough market competition and their focus shifting towards game development rather than game distribution. So Emu tried to be a Steam, like a GOG clone, but the digital storefront flopped. Therefore, they had to shut it down. The company was actually sold off directly to Focus Entertainment in 2021, acquired by, but in 2015, Layard and Tisserand sold their company to an unnamed private investor. Later that month, they founded a new video game publisher, Play Digits, who would later publish .emu's games on mobile platforms. Subsequently, in October 2014, Cyril Imbert was appointed as .emu's chief executive officer. In March 2018, .emu announced the creation of the Arcade Crew, a publishing label that would support small development teams. So they published retro games, quite a few remakes and remasters, back ports of the old games. So they published a lot of classics. Absalom is coming soon in 2025. Stuff like that. They published games with developers, a lot of different ones, such as the Game Kitchen, which through Blasphemous is made, Tribute Games, stuff like that. They self published and they also published games through developers that wrote the games and they published it for them. Sanitarium is actually a retro point and click that I got on Steam that I brought directly called Sanitarium. This is the retro game that was ported to iOS and Android and available on Steam. Dreamforge Entertainment was a computer game developer that went defunct in 2001. It just collapsed in '01. The company faded after struggles with its publishers working on several titles. Werewolf Apocalypse, The Heart of Gaia, as well as Mist IV or Mist 5, or Mist 4, I should say. Mist 4 or Mist 5. I really don't know the Roman numeral that well, but with the latter being subsequently continued by a different studio, so that's pretty much what I've got. Sanitarium. Point and click. It launched in North America in April 1998 and in Europe in 98 the same year. 1992, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. So I was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I was 7 years old in 1998 when this game launched. You basically play as Max. This is the horror game that quite scary. It's scary, but not that scary. The game uses an isometric perspective in a non-tile 2D and navigational system. Each world and setting carries a distinct atmosphere that presents either the real world, imaginary world, or a mix of both of the main protagonists. In many cases, it is unclear to the player the world character is currently in is real or a product of Max's own imagination. This indistinction underlines much of the horror portrayed in this game. The game is separated into different levels or chapters, with each having a different style and atmosphere. The player must find clues, solve puzzles, and interact with other characters to reach a final challenge, where the player must reach the end of the path while avoiding obstacles. Failure to do so by, for instance, getting killed causes the player to be transported back to the beginning of the path without losing progress. Thus, a game over in this game is non-existent. When the player reaches the end of the path, a cinematic is played and the game proceeds to the next chapter. The game was published by ASC Games. ASC executive producer Travis Williams explained the whole point of this game is to freak you out, and it's actually the first one I've ever come across that really does it. And that's why I said, God, we've got to pick this one up. The reception of the game really was a success. It made a hit. It got Dreamforge Entertainment's profile as a company. It raised it up a bit. So this game got awards. ASC Games was a developer that was founded in 1992 and went defunct by January 7, 2000, known as American Software Corporation. They collapsed directly in 2000. Oh, IV. Oh, it's Mist 4. Oh, sorry. Mist 4 is the game that was supposed to be carried by a different company that I mentioned earlier, but didn't really do too hot. Thank you for that, Stitch. I was getting a little bit confused with my Roman numerals. I'll show you Sanitarium. This is Sanitarium, the Steam game that I got on Steam. It's now downloading. This game can be played in French and English and in German, in three different languages. It can be played in French and German and English. It can be played in three different languages there. This is Sanitarium, the retro game that I got back recently on Steam. Oh, a while back, I should say. Ooh, I thought I'd show that to make sure the audio is working. Let me just turn that down a bit, that way we don't hurt y'all's ears. But this is the game I was talking about. The eyes follow your cursor as it moves around the screen. This is it. Uh-oh, a cutscene. Okay, this I am stuck on. So I've got chapters 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is Sanitarium. This is made by Dreamforce Entertainment, backported by Emu. Emu took the game files and decided to backport them a bit just so that they could make it run on modern machines and bring it to Steam. They also ported it to Android as well. You can buy this game on GOG or Steam as well. Oh, that pipe valve might come in handy for something a little later, for a contraption on the other side of the screen. This is it. You take the pipe valve and place it on the contraption at the top upper right of the screen. Okay, this is a puzzle. Oh, that's just great. Oh boy. Puzzles, really? You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, it's got puzzle solving elements in it, so here we go. Let me look up a walkthrough for that, because that's gonna get on my nerves. Level 7. It's a contraption. In this one, your aim is to release the 8 locks holding the boulder in place. Take a look at the panel. It shows a display with a diagram of the locks and across the tiny sphere on three ends. A chain and a switch. Every time you pull the switch, the locks corresponding to the hot spots touching the spheres will release. But since you can't open any, can only open three at a time, you'll need some thinking. It's 12 midnight, so I'm going to raid someone. Let me just mute that audio, turn it down. I'm gonna raid instead, so it's 12:01, but I will pick up The Sims 4 or a different game Friday afternoon or Friday night. For some more retro stuff, I will throw you to Abby. She's live now with some retro stuff, so ping pong y'all to her. That way I can go check her out. She's got retro stuff going on.